Hey guys, I need to tell you that this will be the last part of this what if for now. Since the author updates quite slow. There will be future parts but not anytime soon, I hope you understand. Darth Sidious swept into his secure chamber like a blizzard from the mountains, full of barely controlled fury. Nothing had tested his control like the events of the past few days since the early days of his apprenticeship under Plagueis. The moment the doors closed, ensconcing him in the safety of the shielded walls, he loosened the reins on his power. The dark side flooded the room, rattling the furnishings and sending trails of cold energy sparking off the walls. He allowed himself 10 glorious seconds to bask in his fury, letting it strengthen him and reveling in the heady rush of its power. It was a glorious reminder of his own supremacy, of the might he wielded. This was the true nature of the Force, not the mewling scraps the Jedi restricted themselves to. Those foolish pretenders could never dream of power such as this. Reluctantly, he clamped down on his passions and reasserted the cold self-control that had propelled him so far. It would not do to truly lose control, not now. Now he needed clarity and cunning. Later, when events permitted, he would indulge himself in his fury, but the plan came first. The plan always came first. Once he was certain of his control, Sidious walked over to the comm station and tapped in a frequency. The station was substantially larger than most, and it drew enough power to generate an audible hum. The whole apparatus fairly bristled with components and technology found only on the various identical stations Sidious had set up in his many bases and hideaways. It took most of a minute just for the station to finish its encryption protocols, and another 3 for it to set up the unique mixture of frequency hopping, signal bouncing, and piggybacking that ensured no one in the galaxy could even detect his transmission, let alone eavesdrop on it. The system was the result of centuries of careful improvements by generations of Sith and marked one of Sidious's most potent advantages over the Jedi. He could communicate freely from the very heart of the Republic, all the while intercepting most of the Order's supposedly secret transmissions. It was one of those intercepted transmissions that had prompted him down here in the first place. When the comm station beeped to signal it had finished securing the transmission, it didn't take long before the holotable flickered into life, projecting the figure of a tall, sharp-featured man with white hair and beard, and piercing yellow eyes. After the barest moment's hesitation, the figure dropped to one knee and bowed. "What is thy bidding, my master?" "There has been a new development, Lord Tyrannus," Sidious said. "Aurra Sing failed to dispose of Uzumaki. She fled, and the Jedi have dispatched 2 of their own to hunt her down, Jiraiya and Master Undulai. They must not succeed. However, this presents us with an opportunity. Sing will no doubt flee to Hutt space. You think the Jedi will follow her there?" Sidious allowed a thin smile to cross his face. A temporary tool he may have been, but Tyrannus was still an excellent apprentice, cunning, ruthless, and dangerous. If he were but a few decades younger, Sidious would never have dared risk giving the man true power. Even now, he would have to keep a close watch on him to avoid meeting the same fate he himself had visited upon Plagueis. "I have foreseen it," he said. Dooku frowned in contemplation. "If the Jedi are caught interfering outside of Republic space, it would cause quite the scandal. Perhaps even enough to push the Hutts over to the Separatists." "Indeed," Sidious said, though privately he sneered a little. Tyrannus may have been a cunning and capable strategist, but he thought too small. The Hutts' reaction was nothing compared to the new power the Chancellor would gain over the Jedi when the Senate learned of their actions. "You will send an agent to Nar Shada to ensure the Jedi are discovered. Retrieve Sing and ensure the Jedi believe the Confederacy is behind it. We will use their own suspicions against them." "Do you wish to use Fett, Master?" Sidious toyed with the idea for a moment. It had merit. Fett, despite being force-blind, was likely the most capable and reliable asset he had after Tyrannus himself. The man would complete the mission perfectly, of that he had no doubt. However, the risks of exposing Fett too early outweighed the benefits of his near-chilling competence. In the end, he shook his head. "No. Fett will remain where he is until after the war begins. Your new assassin, though, she is ready. A Sith assassin, even a fresh one, would do far more to rattle the Jedi than any Mandalorian, even one such as Fett. Seeing her acting in concert with forces loyal to the Separatists would wipe out any hope for diplomacy going forward. Yes, my lord. I have trained her well. Had you used her instead of Singh, the Uzumaki boy would even now be GHHHRRK. With a twitch of one hand, Sidious reached across the galaxy with the Force and choked off his apprentice's words in their tracks. Do not think to question me, apprentice. Advice, I welcome. Insolence, I do not. Is that understood? From over 7,000 light years away, he dragged Tyrannus off the floor until his legs dangled in the air beneath him. The man couldn't respond to his question, of course. It had been years, but Sidious still remembered well the sensation from when his master used to punish him like this for some failure or slight. The cold, invisible fingers freezing his breath in his throat. That awful feeling of being dragged upwards by red-hot hooks, hanging helpless in the air. The black fear that this time, Plagiace wouldn't relent until his heart stopped, that this time would be the time. He spent several delicious seconds relishing in sensing those same feelings in his own apprentice. Finally, just as he felt Tyrannus's consciousness begin to fade, he released his hold. The older man instantly collapsed to the ground, coughing and gasping for precious oxygen. Yes, my master. My apologies. Remember your place, my apprentice, or I will not be so gentle in reminding you next time. Tyrannus bowed his head once more, still massaging his throat. Sidious gave him a few additional instructions on the specifics of his plan before he cut off the transmission. He was satisfied that he had suitably quailed any burgeoning ambitions his apprentice may have been harboring, at least for the moment, and he had work to do. Ironically, it took even more effort to run the Republic into the ground than it would have to simply let it keep limping on. The whole crumbling edifice reminded him of an ancient exogarth he had once seen on the verge of death. Most of the beast was already dead, and what little remained was dying, but the whole moribund creature was so enormous that even its death throes came sluggishly. Even after its heart had stilled and decayed, the beast had taken almost 2 years to pass. Still, for all its age and size and strength, for its redundant organs and near-mystical endurance, it had, inevitably, died. As he watched the hooded figure of his master vanish from above the hollow table, Count Dooku of Sereno, Darth Tyrannus of the Sith Order, and head of state of the Confederacy of Independent Systems trembled in fear. Fear and rage. It had been foolish of him to give voice to his snide comments, foolish indeed. Had any other being in the galaxy dared to humiliate him in his own palace like that, their death would have become the stuff of whispered legend. Sidious, however, had just demonstrated why he was the one being whom Dooku still feared. His strength in the Force, even from halfway across the galaxy, had instantly trumped Dooku's own, and easily at that. So, rather than indulge himself in pointless fantasies of revenge, Dooku took a moment and mastered himself. Rage, for him, was a cold, precise tool, a dagger carved from ice. Useful, but best kept in reserve, for the proper moment. He stored his rage, harboring it for when he could turn it into productive action. Wasting such exquisite fury would be inelegant, and Dooku prided himself on his elegance. When he had regained his calm, and his breath, Dooku pressed a single button on his desk. Nothing apparently happened, but barely a minute later, the door hissed open and a woman walked into the room. She wore a long combat skirt and a form-fitting top that left much of her generous chest exposed. Her skin was a pale gray, and dark purple tattoos marked her bald head and sneering face. Many would have, perhaps, found her beautiful, in a cold and dangerous sort of way, but few would ever have had the courage to even look. She walked with a predator's grace, her movements speaking to well-earned confidence and deadly skill. When she was directly in front of his desk, she dropped to one knee and bowed her head, unknowingly adopting the same position Dooku himself had so recently occupied. "What is your bidding, my master?" she asked. Her voice was low and raspy, with a subtle undercurrent of glee. Most people would have missed it, but Dooku was not most people. Nevertheless, he allowed her the minor slip. She had been waiting for this day for years, after all. "Rise, Ventress. I have a mission for you." Ventress stood, but said nothing, waiting for him to continue. "You will take a team of Gossam commandos and go to Nar Shada. Once there, locate Aurra Singh, and wait for 2 Jedi to arrest her. It should be Luminara Unduli and Jiraiya. Let them take her, but do not let them keep her, understand? Take Singh, allow yourself to be seen, but do not engage with the Jedi. Dooku knew what her response would be, and sure enough, her lips curled in disgust. Run. Why not just kill them, Master? The Jedi will be no match for me. I could take them out and retrieve Singh before anyone dash. Dooku raised one finger and let her feel a hint of his power, along with his displeasure. He did not punish her, yet, as it would be foolish to damage an asset immediately before a mission, but her voice still cut off, and a look of fear stole over her haughty face. That was good. She knew to fear him, at least. Don't let your arrogance blind you, Asajj. Luminara alone is beyond your current skills, and Jiraiya is in another league entirely. They would kill you easily in a direct fight. He could feel the anger and shame pouring off of her, but he could not have cared less. Ventress was a skilled enough warrior, but she was no use to him if she got herself killed out of stupid pride or uncontrolled rage. Fortunately for her, she kept herself in check, though he could feel her hatred growing with every word he spoke. Your skills aside, it is vital that you are seen, he continued. This is not a stealth mission. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Ventress spat the words as if they burned her tongue, but she said them, and that was what mattered. He did not care if she was furious. She would not dare disobey him. He had shown her exactly where that path led early on in her training. Good. I have a contact on Nar Shada, a bounty hunter. Meet with him, and he will arrange for the Jedi to be otherwise occupied while you make your escape. Do not fail me, Ventress. This is your most important task yet. She recognized the dismissal in his voice and bowed once more. It will be done, my lord. The flight from Anshan to Rago was mercifully brief, being just over an hour. The last thing either Jiraiya or Luminara wanted at the moment was to spend time flying when they could be busy tracking down Aura so they could get back to Naruto and Barris. They chatted amiably during the journey, but the moment their shuttle reverted to real space, a grim silence fell over both of them. Even from low orbit, Luminara could sense the disturbance in the force that came from the planet below. It was not a true wound in the force as might have been created if millions had died rather than a few dozen, but such violent death, especially of a Jedi such as Ayer, still left a lasting mark. It would likely be years, maybe decades, before the last echoes faded completely. As they descended through the atmosphere, she felt more. There were traces of chakra scattered around the land, but it didn't feel like any chakra she had sensed before. It was denser, more potent, and suffused with malice. Even the dregs that were left radiated more power than some Padawans. It's the Kyuubi's chakra. Luminara almost jumped when Jiraiya spoke. She had been so absorbed in what she was sensing she had tuned out completely. What you're sensing, it's the Kyuubi's chakra, Jiraiya repeated. His voice and face were both unusually somber. After the attack on Konoha, the day Naruto was born, it felt like this. It felt just like this. She didn't know what to say to that. He was clearly lost in some memory. From what she knew of the night he was speaking of and what had come after, she doubted it was a happy one. It galled her that she couldn't offer some comfort to her friend and partner, but her limited experience with her own emotions failed her here. In the end she merely reached out and squeezed his hand, a gesture he returned, before she focused once more on piloting their shuttle towards the wreck of the Crucible. It was only just dawn where they were headed, and the morning fog still lay thick and opaque across the forest. She had to rely on the scanners to locate the crashed training vessel and land next to it. Mindful of the secrets still stored aboard the ancient ship, and not wanting the attack to stir a media frenzy, the Council had politely but firmly refused Chancellor Palpatine's offer to send a Republic investigation team to look into the tragedy. As such, only a dozen or so temple guards, along with a complement of forensic droids, were present to secure and maintain the scene. One of them, not a human, she thought, judging by his towering height and build, strode over to greet them as they exited the shuttle. Master Luminara, Jiraiya-sensei, he said, marking himself out as one of the Jedi who had received Jiraiya's chakra instruction over the past few years. The deep resonance of his voice, along with the distinctive howum sound of a blowhole, marked him out as a Herglick. Please follow me. We've kept everything preserved as best we can. As the heavily built guard led them to the site of Naruto's initial battle with the Mandalorians, Jiraiya asked him a series of questions. What sort of weapons had shot down the Crucible? Were there any matches on genetic samples from the Mandalorian bodies? Were any of them wearing any known clan symbols or iconography? Had they possessed any traceable weapons or other gear? He speaks like an experienced Jedi investigator, Luminara noted, mildly impressed. He must have spent some time brushing up on modern forensics in the past few years. The guard's answers were, predictably, not very encouraging. All the weapons used had been high quality, but also widely obtainable in the mid and outer rim. None of the recovered corpses had been identifiable, nor had they worn clan markings. It sounded as if the Mandalorians were a dead end, much as Jiraiya had predicted. Even so, it was still worth taking a look around the scene, just in case. The site of the initial battle proved a grisly scene. Whatever measures the forensic droids had taken to ensure the evidence did not degrade had certainly been successful. 6 bodies lay strewn about the scorched trees, surrounded by blood. One, a woman's, had been decapitated. A trail of blood led to where her head had rolled a few meters from her body, still in the distinct helmet. Another had been stabbed in the armpit with a lightsaber. The other 4 were covered in nearly invisible cuts, as if someone had slashed them wildly with an incredibly fine razor. This is from one of Naruto's futon ninjutsu, Jiraiya said, gesturing at the 4 who had been sliced to ribbons. It's like the guard said. No clan markings, no unique symbols at all. Not even honor marks. That must be deliberate, Luminara said. Whoever hired them didn't want any chance of being discovered, even if there were survivors. Jiraiya nodded. We should send the bodies and armor to Mandalore. They might be able to see something we're missing. Meanwhile, I want to try and break down their tactics. For reference, later. You think they've attacked publicly before? Luminara supposed it was possible, but she doubted it. A group of Mandalorians this large would have trouble staying secret for long if they operated openly. Maybe, Jiraiya tilted his hand side to side. Or maybe they'll attack again in the future. We also shouldn't discount the idea that Aura might be with whatever's left of this group. That could be dozens of commandos for all we know. If it comes to a fight, I want every advantage I can get. Luminara grimaced internally at the thought of fighting an entire platoon of Mandalorians and agreed. It proved to be grim work, made even worse by the oppressive atmosphere that permeated the area. Over the next half hour, through careful analysis of the various blast marks and insights from the Force, they pieced together a decent idea of how the Mandalorians had fought. Though neither of them had Quinlan's gift for psychometry, there was still ample evidence to work with. The picture grew even more complete when they looked at where Aura and the Mandalorians had first captured the younglings. What they put together was disturbing. They were trained to fight Force users, Luminara said. Jedi in particular. The blast patterns, the flechettes. Those bodies back there had repulsor weapons in their vambraces. They wouldn't buy such specialized gear just for one mission against children they outnumbered. No, they wouldn't. Jiraiya looked thoughtful. They obviously trained with the idea of fighting Jedi, but I don't think they had a lot of experience actually facing Force users. They had the right idea, but from what Naruto said, it sounds like they made a lot of small mistakes. Ones you only make when you're well trained, but inexperienced. A cult, maybe? Some splinter group still holding on to the old grudges. Maybe. Jiraiya frowned. Whatever they are, it doesn't matter if we can't find them. Let's take a look at the last site. There's something there I want to try and find. The rising sun had burned away the thick fog by the time they reached their destination, allowing them to see the destruction that had been obscured when they had landed. Force, Luminara whispered when she saw the battlefield. There could be no other word for it. Blaster marks and craters dotted the ground. The remains of more than a dozen bodies painted a gory mosaic atop the charred and pocked terrain. Most were barely identifiable as human. Compared to this, the carnage back near the wreck seemed almost quaint. Everywhere she looked, she saw mangled limbs and scattered viscera, along with impossibly damaged pieces of Mandalorian armor. Worse than any of the gore, worse even than the heavy taint of the Kyuubi's chakra, was the feel from the small patch of ground where Ayer had died. There was nothing visible to distinguish it from the rest of the blood-speckled dirt in the field, but the Force told a different story. A Jedi's powers meant they often left an unseen impact on the world when they died, and Ayer had been no exception. Even without Quinlan's gift of psychometry or Naruto's empathy, she could feel the wellspring of pain and grief pouring from that unassuming patch of ground, as if the Force itself was mourning. She swallowed a sudden lump in her throat, and it took an effort to wrench her focus away. Beyond the field of butchery lay the trench from Naruto's last attack. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The closest comparison she could make was a turbolaser strike, but even that paled in comparison. This looked more like a natural disaster than any conventional weapon. Ever since she had been told about it, she'd known, intellectually, that the Kyuubi was more powerful than any being she had ever met, but it was very different seeing the evidence firsthand. And this was just a fraction of the Fox's power, Jiraiya said, his voice once again somber. Fully unleashed, its attacks can destroy whole mountain ranges. Luminara tried to picture a single being with such power, but her mind just refused to wrap itself around the concept. It was too far outside anything she had seen before today. I knew Naruto was strong-willed, but for him to resist something so powerful, I think I've been underestimating him. I doubt many Jedi, even Masters, would fare so well. Well, it's easy to underestimate him when he keeps acting like such a twerp, Jiraiya said. When Luminara looked at him, he was smiling for the first time since they had left hyperspace. Though his tone gave away nothing but gentle teasing, she felt as though she had just passed some sort of test. I suppose it's only natural for him to want to gauge my reaction to knowing about the Kyuubi, she thought, though she was still a little insulted that he had felt the need. The sting faded quickly, though. Naruto would always be his first priority, and that was the way it ought to be. Attachment issues aside, not that such things bothered her too much anymore, Jiraiya was the only adult in Naruto's life who truly knew and understood all of his secrets. She doubted even Mace was as close to the boy, and it actually sent another of those warm pulses of not quite friendship through her chest to see him so protective of his charge. Aha! Found it! For the second time in as many hours, Jiraiya's voice startled her out of her thoughts. When she turned to see what he had found, she saw, rather disturbingly, that he was crouched over a severed arm with a triumphant grin on his face. From the bone-white skin and long, skeletal fingers, she hazarded a guess that it was Aurra Singh's arm, and said as much. That's right, Jiraiya said, still grinning. He had the look of a man who had just won a prize. More importantly, it's got her scent. Luminara frowned for a moment before comprehension dawned. You want to use a tracking toad to find her? Jiraiya nodded and pulled out a scroll to seal the arm away. Will that even work? She asked. Surely we would have to at least be on the same planet for them to catch her scent. Oh, at least, Jiraiya agreed as he tucked the now sealed arm into his robes. But I've got plenty of contacts in the underworld. I'm betting at least one of them will know where she is. In fact, I think I know just who to ask first. Luminara raised a skeptical eyebrow. Leaving aside how, exactly, you came by these nefarious contacts of yours, what makes you think they'll give up Aurra Singh for you, or that you could even trust what they say if they do? She has a reputation for creative and sadistic vengeance. Criminals are unlikely to inform on her. Hey, don't discount the power of my magnetic personality and irresistible charm, he replied, waggling his eyebrows in a manner he no doubt thought was amusing. Luminara tried to convey in her gaze exactly how much it failed to amuse her, while simultaneously suppressing the smirk that tried to pull at her lips. She was not going to encourage him, she told herself. Not even a little. His self-satisfied grin told her exactly how successful she had been at concealing her amusement, but he chose not to call her out on it, which she appreciated. Seriously, though, my contacts are solid. Some of them owe me. Others are scared of me. A few I help out from time to time. Stars, some of them are even genuinely decent people who happen to hear things. Trust me, I've been doing stuff like this for decades now. I know how to get good intel out of a source. Force knows why, but I do trust you, Jiraiya, she sighed, and it was true. To her shock, she realized she probably trusted him more than anyone else in the galaxy. Somehow, in the almost 3 years since she had met him, Jiraiya had gone from being a bizarre acquaintance, whom she neither fully trusted nor approved of, to her closest friend and someone she would trust with her life without hesitation. For just a moment, Jiraiya gave her one of his rare, sincere smiles, one totally bereft of any teasing or obfuscation. She treasured seeing those smiles and found herself returning it gladly. It didn't last more than a handful of heartbeats, but the warm feeling returned, and left her feeling light and buoyed, despite her oppressive surroundings. The force glowed for a moment, and then it was gone. "I should call my contact," Jiraiya said, smoothly sliding back behind his mask of insouciance. Despite that, Luminara could still see the smile in his eyes. She said nothing, though, and merely nodded her agreement. Whatever that moment had or had not been, she wasn't willing to sully it with questions just yet. They would come later, but for now, she allowed herself to just be. Jiraiya pulled out his comlink along with an additional piece of hardware. As he hooked the two together, she recognized what the second device was. It was a high-end signal scrambler and encryption module. Such things were not precisely illegal, but neither were they the sort of thing honest, reputable beings typically had access to. She was, somehow, not at all surprised to see Jiraiya owned one. No sane person would ever accuse him of being reputable, after all. He probably would have been horrified if they had. After a few seconds of fiddling, he entered a long contact code and settled in to wait for a response. They didn't have to wait long. After just a few moments, the hollow emitter on the comlink blinked into life, and projected the image of a short, portly, female Trandos Han. The woman's reptilian eyes narrowed when she took in Jiraiya's face. "Oh, it's you. I thought I told you never to call me again." "Did you, Sid?" Jiraiya scratched his head, as if confused about something. "Strange, I can't recall you saying anything of the sort." The Trandos Han woman, Sid, apparently, snorted and rolled her eyes, but didn't press the matter. Instead, she zeroed in on Luminara and jabbed one clawed finger in her direction. "Who's the new face? You know how I feel about new people." Luminara stepped forward to introduce herself. "I'm Jedi Master Luminara Unduli. I assure you, we bear you no ill intent." That's nice, sweetheart." Luminara blinked as Sid dismissed her entirely and turned to Jiraiya, one brow ridge arched expectantly. "Calm down, Sid. She's solid. You have my word on that. We just need some information." Sid glared at both of them for a few more seconds before she sighed and shook her head. "Fine. I just know I'm gonna regret this, but fine. What do you wanna know?" "We're looking for Aura Singh," Jiraiya said, as calmly as if he were remarking on the weather. Sid's eyes shot wide open at that. "I figured if anyone knows what hole she's crawled into, it's you." "Yeesh, yeah, don't ask for much, huh? Yeah, want anything else while we're at it, like a hypercom relay or the Supreme Chancellor's underwear. I'm pretty sure I've got the coordinates for the Katana fleet around here somewhere." Jiraiya started, but the irritable Trandos Han cut him off. "No, don't you Sid me. Have you got any idea how valuable information like that is? What people would do to me if they found out I gave it to a Jedi? Huh." Sid swiped a clawed hand across her throat. "I ain't about to put my neck on the line like that, ya hear me?" Luminara hurried to speak before she could cut off the transmission. "Please, madam, we would not ask for something like this lightly. It is imperative we find Aura Song as soon as possible." Sid rolled her eyes. "Oh yeah? What's so important this time, huh? The way I hear, Aura's been making a problem for you lot for decades, now. So why the sudden rush? She pissin' some high and mighty's tea or something?" Luminara frowned. "I'm afraid I cannot share the dash. She attacked a Jedi training vessel and murdered a youngling." Jiraiya spoke over her, and all the humor was gone from his voice. In its place was a core of pitiless durasteel. Sid went very, very still when she heard Jiraiya's words. Her nostrils flared and the spines atop her cranial crest twitched a little bit, but that was all. Eventually, she took a hissing breath and her upper lip curled back for a moment, revealing a glimpse of sharp, serrated fangs. "Well, Kriff, Kark, and Stang. The Trandos hand sighed again. Last I heard, Aura was on Nar Shada. Chatter was she was hurt. Real hurt. Came limping off some Mondo ship near the northern spice market with one arm missing, muttering shit about monsters. That's all I heard, though, and I ain't asking around about it. Not on your life. Thank you, Sid, Jiraiya said. That helps. You can thank me by making sure none of this comes back in my head. Yeah, I got that. And don't call me again, either. You always get me into shit like this. Jiraiya clapped his hands to his heart and mimed a surprised gasp. Don't be ridiculous, Sid. You know you enjoy our talks. They add a touch of spice to your life. Besides, if I stopped calling, how would you find someone as charming and handsome as myself to talk to? Sid stared at him as if he'd suggested she perform a specific sex act with a small bird. I swear, I'm gonna shoot you in the liver one of these days. Before Jiraiya could respond, she cut off the transmission. He sighed and shook his head. You meet such nice people in this line of work. It took most of Luminara's prodigious self-control not to stare at him with her jaw hanging open. Was that a typical conversation with one of your contacts? What do you mean? She told you never to call her again. Not for the first time, either, from what I gathered. Oh, that. Jiraiya shrugged. She wasn't serious. She threatened to shoot you. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again and looked thoughtful. Okay, that part she might have been serious about. Luminara rubbed the bridge of her nose to try to stave off a headache. Suddenly, she sympathized with Sid in her urge to ventilate Jiraiya. Hey, don't worry about it, Jiraiya said. We got the information we needed. I'll smooth things over with Sid later. She thought about pressing the issue, but decided that way only madness lay. She'd seen firsthand before how Jiraiya's methods, as bizarre and ridiculous as they often appeared, yielded results. Questioning him in his apparent lunacy only led to him giving maddeningly vague answers that usually left the questioner faintly worried for their life. She did not have the energy to endure that at the moment, especially when it wouldn't get her anywhere. Besides, if she does shoot him, he may actually learn a valuable lesson, she reasoned. It wasn't the most worthy of thoughts for a Jedi Master to have, but Jiraiya had a way of driving even the calmest beings into a frothing rage with hardly any effort at all. By those standards, Luminara considered she was doing very well. If you say so, she said. We need to get to Nar Shada. Before we do that, we're going to need permission from the Council. And a different ship. Naruto thoroughly enjoyed his first few hours on Master Faye's ship. The Dawnwind was unlike any spacecraft he'd been in before, an intoxicating blend of practicality and beauty. He spent the first 2 hours of their flight just examining the custom-built yacht, noting all the interesting design and engineering choices, and memorizing the best of them to try out the next time he and Anakin set to modifying a ship. While she still refused to let him fly, Master Faye was at least willing to answer his many questions about her long-time transport. All too soon, though, Mace brought him down from his excitement and told him to meditate on what had happened and on what was to come. Naruto sighed, but agreed without an argument. He knew his master only had his best interests in mind, could literally feel it through their bond, but it still didn't make meditating on his failures on Rago any more appealing. He didn't like dwelling on the past at the best of times, but now, when it was necessary, it hurt the worst. Nevertheless, he settled down in the small training area next to the living quarters and tried to quiet his mind. He ran through all the different breathing exercises Mace had taught him and reached out to the Force to soothe him and give him guidance as he thought about Rago. Ideally, it would let him consider the events calmly and gain new insight he may have missed otherwise. Predictably, though, it wasn't so easy. Anger lanced through him like a raging fire as he remembered the attack. First, at the Mandalorians. True, he had killed most of them, both as himself and when the Kyuubi had possessed him. However, the scum who'd murdered Ayer had escaped, along with his lieutenant. The injustice of that galled him, all the more because he could do nothing about it. He couldn't even promise to bring the man to justice, not when he had no way of finding him. Next was his anger at Aura Singh. She had organized the attack. She had hired the man who killed his sister. She had hurt his friends and tried to kill them. Worst of all, she had enjoyed it. He had heard the sadistic glee in her voice and seen the panting bloodlust in her eyes. Aura was a monster, plain and simple. Crazy or not, the very thought of her made him grind his teeth. All of that he could have accepted and moved past, though. He reserved the greatest part of his rage by far, for the Kyuubi. The others may have tried to hurt his friends, and that was unforgivable, but the fox had done something even worse. He had tried to make Naruto hurt his friends. When he remembered the mocking laughter, the pain of his skin burning and his blood boiling, and the terrible, malicious will of the Kyuubi, anger pooled hot in his gut. Red eyes glowed in the darkness behind his eyelids, and he couldn't tell if the growling he heard in his mind was a memory or the present. His eyes snapped open with a wild cry, and he toppled backwards and landed in a heap. Damn it, he cursed. Cold sweat had beaded on his brow and soaked through his tunic. When he looked at his chrono, he saw to his surprise that 4 hours had passed. 4 hours, he thought with a shake of his head. 4 hours and I couldn't even relax once. Things continued in much the same vein for the next day. No matter how much he tried, Naruto just couldn't think about the Kyuubi without wanting to punch a hole in something. Mace tried giving him advice, and even meditating with him, but it didn't help much. I don't understand why I can't do this, Naruto growled. It's just some stupid meditation. Calm yourself, Naruto, Mace said, no more bothered by his Padawan's anger than a mountain was by a breeze. Take a deep breath. Do not multiply your troubles by lashing out. Identify the problem and go from there. Naruto nodded and took a calming breath. It helped, so he took another, and then another. By the 5th one, he had calmed down enough to think clearly. I'm angry at the Kyuubi. You have meditated while angry before, Mace pointed out. What is different now? His steady presence and calm tone stood in sharp relief to Naruto's antsy, turbulent mind. Naruto latched onto that and tried to borrow some of that calm for himself. Eventually, after a few minutes of mulling it over, he thought he had his answer. I can't focus through it this time. I can't order my thoughts. It's like when I was a kid, everything's jumbled and I can't sit still. Mace nodded. That is to be expected. You are off balance, and sitting still has never been your strength. Fighting that right now will only make things worse. I suggest you go back to what helped you then. If you cannot sit still and meditate, then move and meditate. It took Naruto a moment to work out what Mace was suggesting, but when he got it, he gave his master a huge eye smile. A spar. Mace grinned himself, a flash of white teeth that vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared. If you feel up to it. Naruto scrambled to his feet, already excited to test himself against Mace. He had yet to edge out a genuine win against his master, but he got a tiny bit closer every time they crossed blades. Before they could start clearing an area for a spar, though, a voice from the doorway interrupted them and made Naruto jump. Actually, I was wondering if you wouldn't like to spar with me, Master Faye said, having somehow snuck up on him despite his advanced senses and empathic powers. Naruto's jaw dropped when he registered what she had said, and even Mace looked caught off guard. The faintest hint of amusement colored her presence, but Naruto was too busy being stunned to take note. Why you? I thought you didn't have a lightsaber, he stammered. She smiled her somewhat disquieting smile and tilted her head. Is that what they're saying about me? Well, it is true, I don't carry a lightsaber with me most of the time, and I do my best to avoid fighting at all, but I do still have my blade. I believe most Jedi are far too quick to resort to their lightsaber rather than resolve conflicts peacefully. That doesn't mean I will wholly part with my lightsaber. Remember, they are an extension of our being, not merely a weapon. So, what do you say? Ah yes. He exclaimed, before calming himself. I would be honored to spar with you, Master Faye. Her small smile widened when he agreed, and she held out one hand, fingers splayed. There was a dull thump from somewhere deeper in the ship, and a few seconds later, a silver lightsaber hilt flew through the open door and straight into her waiting grasp. I'm glad to hear it. Master Windu, if you would care to referee. Of course. He stood up, and together they moved to the training room. With a wave of her hand, Faye cleared the meditation mats off the floor and neatly stacked them in a corner. She and Naruto both shed their outer robes, leaving them clad in their tunics and tabards. Naruto took a moment to dial his lightsaber's power down to training mode, and he presumed Faye did the same when she adjusted a control on the base. Once they were ready, and Mace had taken up a position off to the side, they bowed and activated their blades. Naruto's blade bathed the room in brilliant orange light. He felt the subtle warmth of the carvings beneath his hands as they lit up with the same glow. The copper of his hilt reflected the light of his blade, giving the appearance that he was wielding a shaft of pure light from an evening sun. Faye's blade, on the other hand, was a deep emerald color. The hilt was simple, with a long, slender design, and a disc-shaped guard below the emitter. Even with her saber ignited, the legendary master didn't look particularly threatening. Indeed, with her youthful appearance and short, slender build, she looked almost frail. Despite that, she held herself with an easy confidence that made Naruto wary. All his instincts told him the opponent across from him was a serious threat, no matter what she looked like. They faced each other, unmoving, for several seconds, before Naruto broke the tension. He had never believed in letting an opponent make the first move, and he didn't do so now. With force-enhanced speed, he rushed forward, feinted high, and then spun and went for a low strike at Faye's legs. It was a favorite combo of his, designed to disorient an opponent and give them no time to defend themselves. In theory, even if she managed to defend against the true attack, it would still leave her open for a follow-up. In reality, none of that happened. Rather than block his strike, Faye jumped straight over his head, landed behind him, and kicked him square in the back. Her size belied her strength, and the blow knocked Naruto clean off his feet. At the last second, he turned his fall into a roll and avoided a follow-up reverse stab that would have caught him in the heart. "Not bad, Padawan," Faye said as she turned to face him again. "You have good reactions. Don't overcommit on your first attack, though." Naruto grinned beneath his mask. Some Jedi may have derided his enthusiasm, but he loved sparring, especially against someone new. There was always so much to learn, both about his opponent and himself. In a way, he felt he understood why Sasuke had always been eager to test himself against new opponents. It was exhilarating. With an enthusiastic shout, he dove back into the fray. Orange saber met green, and the crackle of the blades filled the room. Overall, Faye proved to be an interesting sparring partner. She fought with a blended style, like most of the older masters, switching between Sorsu and Makashi. Her swordsmanship was excellent, but a little stiff, as he would have expected from someone who hadn't wielded a lightsaber in earnest for decades, perhaps even centuries. Nonetheless, she clearly had kept up with her training, and her superlative force abilities more than covered any gaps in her blade work. Naruto threw himself into Juyo as he pressed the attack, taking full advantage of the form's constant aggression and unpredictable nature. He feinted, switched angles, and even varied his speed and rhythm in order to gain an advantage. Faye steadily gave ground under Naruto's relentless attacks, but her defense proved solid. Each time his orange blade flicked out to strike at her, her own intercepted it. Just before she ran out of room to retreat, though, she shifted tactics. Naruto aimed a slash at her neck, expecting a block, only for her to parry his blade to one side and stab directly at his face. The force blared its warning, and he bent backwards nearly 90 degrees to avoid a painful welt on his nose. "Your Juyo is excellent, Padawan," Faye said, as she danced away from his return stab and slashed at his knees. "Master Winda told me you've progressed more rapidly than any Padawan he's ever seen." Naruto fell back on his Sorsu training to block the blow to his legs, along with the next two stabs at his abdomen. "I train a lot. I need to be strong if I'm going to keep my promises." Now it was Faye's turn to advance. She let loose with a series of quick jabbing attacks. What they lacked in overwhelming power they made up for in frightening speed and precision. Naruto had to backpedal rapidly to maintain his defense. "He also tells me you've helped him develop Vapad from a mere Form 7 variant into a separate form in its own right." "I just practiced against him while he was teaching me," Naruto said, though he couldn't stop the warm bubble of pride at hearing his master's praise, even second-hand. "It's not that big a deal." After a few more seconds, Naruto felt he had a grasp on Faye's rhythm, and took a chance. Rather than just blocking her short slice at his elbow, he dodged towards her, jamming her attack. Before she could recover, he brought his lightsaber around in a rising sweep. In an actual fight, it would have sliced her in two. Or it would have, if Faye hadn't dropped her own lightsaber, grabbed his arm before he could hit her, and pulled him into a shoulder throw. For Naruto, the world suddenly spun on its axis before the ground rushed up to smack the breath out of his lungs. It was a stunning display of close-in fighting skill and, for most Jedi, that would have been the end of the match. Naruto, however, was an even better hand fighter than he was a swordsman, and that was saying something. In the instant before he hit the ground, he twisted his wrist to grab onto her forearm. When he landed, he used his body weight to yank down on Faye, while simultaneously using his legs to push her upwards. The end result was that Faye went sailing through the air towards the opposite end of the room, giving him just enough time to scramble to his feet. She landed on her feet, though, and her lightsaber shot across the room and back into her grasp. Naruto's smile had turned into a full-on grin. This was the most fun he'd had in over a week. Everything felt simpler when he was in a fight, especially when nothing was really at stake, like now. There were no philosophical puzzles, no past, no future. It was just action and reaction, problem and solution, a primal dance he'd been training for almost since he could walk. They traded another few blows, even faster than before. This time, neither of them could gain a decisive advantage over the other. Naruto was so engrossed in attack and defense, parry and counter riposte, that Faye's voice came as a shock. "You say he taught you Vapad, but you haven't used it in our spar. Why is that?" Naruto frowned as he tried to formulate his answer while also keeping his focus on their spar. "Vapad is not for me. I can use it, but it doesn't feel right." "How so?" Faye spun away from a stab and kicked at his stomach. "Vapad is all about taking your enemy's hatred and aggression, harnessing it, and sending it back at them," Naruto said. He shrugged off the kick and pushed her back with a flurry of blows. "I don't feel right doing that. Jiraiya-sensei taught me to break the cycle of hatred, starting with myself. Vapad feels like I'm perpetuating it. I dash." As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a guilty look at his master. Disparaging Vapad, even like that, felt like an attack against Mace. The older man met his eyes and gave him a barely perceptible shrug and spoke down the training bond. "Do not apologize for what you believe, Naruto. You proved you could control Vapad, but that does not mean I will demand that you embrace it. You are not weaker than I for not using it, merely different." Naruto sent a wave of gratitude to his master for his understanding before he had to backflip away from a blow that would have caught him in the lungs otherwise. "Don't lose focus, Padawan," Faye said, her eyes glittering with the same wild joy he felt. Her voice and force presence betrayed nothing of her inner feelings, though. "You had more to say." It wasn't a question. Somehow, she had seen right through him. Naruto winced at being called out like this, but there was nothing for it, now. It wasn't like he could have kept this a secret for much longer. "I've actually been working on my own lightsaber form," he said. Mace twitched and Faye's eyes widened. He could feel their shock through the force. Faye actually disengaged, giving them more space to talk. "You have been inventing an entirely new saber form. Naruto, you do know you have a long way to go before you even master Juyo, let alone the other forms?" Mace asked with his typical bluntness. Their bond rang with surprise and a touch of confusion. When Naruto glanced over at his master, he saw his eyebrow raised in an expression eerily reminiscent of Obi-Wan. "Was that something they taught you when you got a Padawan?" "I know that, master," he said, a touch of irritation creeping into his voice. It wasn't as though he was stupid. "I'm not saying it's ready or anything like that. It's just something I've been tinkering with in my spare time. I wanted to find some balance point between Juyo and Sorcerer, but without relying on strength like Gemso." The eyebrow rose further. "You are attempting to reconcile the two most disparate lightsaber forms into a completely new style of fighting. In your spare time." Naruto blinked and realized how ridiculous that probably sounded. Maybe. Mace just shook his head a little as the tiniest of smiles flickered across his face. "That's an admirable goal," Faye said. "I look forward to seeing what becomes of it one day. For now, though, I have one more question for you. You said you don't want to perpetuate the cycle of hatred. That the first place you had to break it was within yourself. That's right. Well then, my question is this. Do you hate the Kyuubi, Naruto? Do you hate the Kyuubi, Naruto? Naruto didn't have an answer for Master Faye's question. Not when she asked him during their spar, not during his spar with Master Windu, and not in the day and a half after when he meditated on it. His mind went round and round, trying to find an answer, but just couldn't figure it out. It scratched at his mind while he slept, when he sparred, when he tinkered with the ship's systems. Do you hate the Kyuubi, Naruto? It seemed like such a simple question. By all rights the answer should have been a resounding yes. Of course he should hate the beast sealed in his belly. It had attacked his village. Because of it, his parents were dead. Because of it, he grew up alone, an outcast, shunned and friendless for years. If all that wasn't enough reason to hate the damned thing, it had tried to take over his body and hurt his friends. There could be no greater justification for hatred than that. And yet, such hatred would spit in the face of everything Jiraiya believed in. It flew against all of Mace's lessons. Most importantly, it ran counter to who Naruto wanted to be. He didn't want to define himself with hatred, like Sasuke had. That path led only to darkness, as he'd seen firsthand. For him, the cycle of hatred wasn't just an abstract idea, it had taken his best friend and twisted him into a monster. It had destroyed countless other lives, and he wanted no part in it, save to break the cycle as often as he could. So he was caught between two extremes, unable to understand, let alone articulate, how he felt. It was ironic, he supposed. The most powerful empathy in the Jedi Order couldn't gain any clarity on his own emotions. It doesn't get any better when he considers what his master said he would face on Lethal. I'll have to confront whatever is throwing me off balance, he thought in between attempts at meditation. That's a pretty short list, and the evil furball is right at the top of it. Fun. Lethal was an unassuming, if pretty enough, planet. It lacked the jaw-dropping natural wonder of Naboo, or the vibrant intensity of Coruscant, but it held its own sort of quiet, steady beauty. Rolling plains of golden grass covered most of the land. Unusual, cone-shaped rock formations, ranging from less than a meter high to the size of small mountains, dotted the vast prairies. Even from the air, Naruto could sense the life forms racing through the grass, especially the Loth cats. They had an unusually strong connection to the Force for non-sentient beings. Now that he thought about it, the whole planet had a profound connection to the Force. It wasn't the sort of raw, blinding power he had sensed on Ilum, though. Lethal didn't shine as brightly, but its presence felt deeper, somehow. More nuanced. He could understand why the ancient Jedi would have been interested in the planet. Faye landed the ship somewhere in the northern hemisphere, close enough to the pole for there to be a light coating of frost on the ground. The frozen grass crunched beneath his feet when he stepped off the ramp, and his breath plumed in the brisk morning air. He was grateful for his robe and mask, which warded off the worst of the chill. Why do I always end up in these places in the middle of winter? He muttered. First Ilum, now here. This is becoming a trend. And where's this temple supposed to be? I don't see anything. You tell us, Naruto, Faye said from behind him. He turned around and cocked an eyebrow. You want me to find it? She had to be joking. Don't you know where it is? It is not us who are being tested, Padawan, Mace said. Finding and entering the temple is as much a part of the ordeal as what you may face inside. Besides, it will be good practice. You still struggle to sense and track non-sentient things through the Force. Naruto grimaced beneath his mask, but didn't argue. Mace was right. He did need more practice sensing things through the Force when his empathy wasn't of use. It worked brilliantly with sentient organics, especially humanoids, but sensing droids, locations, objects, and even some of the more esoteric life forms in the galaxy required a different approach, one he had yet to master. With a resigned sigh, he closed his eyes and slipped into a light trance as he reached out with the Force. Behind his eyelids, he saw the world around him as a tangled web of energy. The glowing skeins of color, vibrant and luminous, connected him with everything around him, from the plants to the rocks to the vast, pulsing heart of the planet itself. It was confusing at first, with too much information moving too fast for him to make much sense of it. One moment he felt the frenetic business of some rodent burrowing nearby, next the deadly patience of a circling bird of prey disrupted his thoughts, and then the slow, simple endurance of the grass took up his attention. "Remember, do not think, feel," Mace said. "Don't go looking for what you seek. Keep your goal fixed in your mind and let the Force guide you." It took a few seconds, but Naruto managed to pull back into himself enough to follow his master's advice. He didn't know what the Jedi Temple on Lithal actually looked like, but that was little obstacle to the Force. He fixed the concept of a Jedi Temple in his mind and then relaxed as best he could to let the Force guide him. For an unknown time, he drifted along the currents of energy that wrapped around the planet. Eventually, like a bit of driftwood caught in a whirlpool, he began to circle one specific area, drawing closer and closer with every passing moment. As he circled, an image appeared in his mind, faint at first, but clearer and clearer as he got closer. He opened his eyes, careful to keep his focus on the temple. "I think I've got it. It's not too far from here." Mace nodded. "Then lead the way." Not too far turned out to be a relative term. Even hiking at a near jog, the journey still took most of the day. They could always have used the Force, or Chakra, and sprinted to their destination in a couple of hours, but there was no need for such haste. Besides, Naruto wasn't certain he could keep his focus on the Force as it guided him while also running faster than a speeder bike. As it was, by the time they arrived at the location of the temple, the sun was setting. In the fading evening light, an aurora was visible in the sky, a rippling sheet of green and yellow light floating kilometers above their heads. It helped illuminate one of the largest of those odd, cone-shaped rocks Naruto had seen so far. The boulder stood several dozen meters tall, surrounded by smaller rocks. Aside from its size, though, nothing about its appearance suggested it was special. The Force told a different story, however. Naruto could sense the vergence within the enormous stone as a steady pulse, like pounding surf on a beach, stretching deep into the ground. It set the hairs on his arms tingling, much like he had felt outside the temple on Ilum back when he had found his crystal. Also like on Ilum, there was no obvious entrance to the temple here. He walked around the entire base of the stone, but there was nothing but smooth, solid rock all the way around. Master Windu said getting in was part of the ordeal, so there must be some way inside, he thought. Maybe it opens like the temple on Ilum, too. It makes sense if it's not meant to be occupied all the time. The builders wouldn't want people just wandering in. He took a few steps back and extended his senses with the Force, looking for the same spiritual channels he had felt on Ilum to reveal the entrance. Almost immediately, he felt them, but something wasn't right. He could feel his power flow through the channels, but nothing was happening. There was more to the lock, a sense of incompleteness, a gap he couldn't fill on his own. He dropped his efforts and frowned. There had to be something he was missing. Mentally, he went over everything Mace and Master Faye had told him about the Lithal Temple. After a few minutes of thinking, the answer hit him like a rock on the head. Of course. Mace said this temple was used to test if Padawans are truly meant to be Jedi. No one would come here alone. "Master," he said aloud, walking over to where Mace was sitting on a dusty carving. "Have you figured it out, Naruto?" "I think so. It takes a master and a Padawan. We have to open it together." "Very good." Naruto could feel his approval over their bond. "Together, then." They stood side by side on the carved circle and reached out to the Force as one. This time, Naruto could feel both halves of the lock come alive as their linked powers followed the mystical grooves in the Force. The ground trembled, and with the deep grinding noise of rock scraping against rock, the temple spiraled up out of the ground. Higher and higher it rose until a carved stone door spun into view. Only when the entrance was level with the ground and facing them did the temple stop moving and settle into its new position. Both he and Mace continued to channel the Force to keep it raised, even as they stepped off the stone pad. He took a moment to marvel at the ingenuity that must have gone into constructing such an elaborate mechanism before he walked towards the door, Mace a step behind him. It wasn't until he was halfway there that he noticed the third member of their group hadn't made a move to join them. "Master Faye, aren't you coming?" She smiled softly and shook her head. "No, Naruto. What lies ahead is between Master and Padawan, and no one else. Trust in yourself. I have faith you will overcome this challenge and emerge all the stronger. May the Force be with you. Naruto wasn't pleased that she wouldn't be joining them in the temple. While she may have been strange, and slightly terrifying, Faye had also been a source of constant wisdom and comfort through the hell that had been the last week. He could tell she was adamant on remaining outside, though, and just gave her a nice smile as thanks for her encouraging words. As soon as they entered the temple, he felt Mace relax his grip on the Force, and he did the same. The entire structure trembled, and then sank back into the ground, taking them with it. The fading sunlight vanished, leaving only a dim glow from some unseen source to illuminate the cavernous interior. The inside of the temple looked to have been undisturbed for decades, but it was difficult to tell. It was all dusty, carved stone, worn smooth by the current of time. Blocky pillars, decorated with intricate carvings, supported the ceiling of some sort of entrance hall. The whole place felt soaked in time, the stones bearing down with the weight of millennia. This place was not merely old, it was old. Old in the way mountains were old. A shiver contemplated crawling up his spine, but thought better of it and hid in his knees. At the end of the entrance hall was another doorway, with a space for meditation in front of it. As he approached it, Naruto spotted what looked like a kneeling figure at the base of one pillar. When he turned to look at it, though, he recoiled in shock. It was the desiccated skeleton of an Iktochi, kneeling in apparent meditation. Whoa! He yelped and flinched back, one hand automatically reaching for his lightsaber before he stopped himself. With a quick Jedi cantrip, he mastered his shock and slowed his heart rate from near hyperspeed down to merely racing. Once he was calm, he took a closer look. There was another skeleton kneeling in front of the opposite pillar, this one human. Both were dressed in Jedi robes, and covered in a thick layer of dust. Whatever the cause, their death had not been recent. "Who are they?" he asked. Mace turned and looked even more solemn than usual. "Those whose Padawans failed the test." Naruto's eyebrows nearly attained orbit. "What? You mean, if I don't pass the ordeal? I will join them, yes." Not a flicker of fear showed in Mace, not even over the bond. "You are my Padawan. Your training is my responsibility. If the student fails, so too has the master." "But I don't." Naruto could barely even find the words. The sight of Ayer breathing her last flashed in his vision, and his breath stuttered. He couldn't be responsible for someone else's death. "You could die." "Yes. And that is my risk to bear. This fear you are feeling is natural, Naruto, but it is also holding you back. For Jedi, courage is not just personal. We accept that our fellow Jedi will also be in danger, and that we cannot change that. But if I fail dash." "Then don't fail," Mace said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "There is no doubt in my mind that you can face this trial, overcome the challenges before you, and emerge all the stronger. Remember what I taught you. Focus on what you want to achieve, and it will happen. Now go. We do not want to keep your friends waiting. I am sure they are all quite eager to build their lightsabers." Naruto wanted to object further, but the look on his master's face stilled his tongue. It was an expression of unwavering confidence, of total faith that this was the right path. His own doubts and fears suddenly felt insignificant in the face of such surety. "Trust in the Force, my Padawan. I will trust in you." He straightened his shoulders and turned his resolve. With one last smile towards his master, he stepped through the open doorway into the tunnel beyond. A soft rumble was his only warning before a stone block slid from the ceiling and boomed shut, trapping him in the cave. Well, no way to go but forward, he thought, and walked into the dark. The day after Naruto left for Lethal, Bant cleared Ahsoka and the others to return to Coruscant. Barris and Galdos were both still in hover chairs, but she, Nox, and Trilla were all fully or almost fully recovered. She was grateful to finally be out of the hospital. With Naruto there, she'd at least had her best friend to keep her company. Without him, Ahsoka had been just about ready to stage a breakout and steal a ship herself. The only person who dealt with boredom worse than her was Naruto. Besides, she desperately needed to talk to someone back at the temple. She was so thrilled to be going home she didn't even object when Bant ordered her to keep using her crutches for another week. When they got back to the temple, the healers immediately absconded with Barris and Galdos to start their physical therapy. The rest of them had leave to do as they wanted, to relax and recover, or so Master Liam said. Nox went to the archives to read. Trilla headed straight for the creche to volunteer to watch over the newest younglings. Ahsoka, on the other hand, made a beeline for the living quarters. It took a while to limp to her destination, and her whole body ached by the time she got there, but she wasn't about to let a little discomfort get in her way. Besides, I'm sure I can just tell Healer Bant this was physical therapy, she thought as she rang the chime. Come on, please be here, please be here, please be here. The door hissed open to reveal a worried-looking Obi-Wan. A small but relieved smile shone from under his beard when he looked down and saw her. Hello there, Ahsoka. It's good to see you safe, little one. Hi, Master Kenobi. Can I come in? Of course. He stood aside and ushered her into the room. Though she'd been in his and Anakin's quarters before, she still took a moment to look around. The rooms were laid out in the standard format for Master Padawan quarters, with 2 private rooms adjoined by a communal space and a small kitchen. It was the same as Naruto and Master Windu's rooms, but also very different. While Jedi, as a rule, maintained a Spartan lifestyle, most quarters acquired a small personal touch over time. Naruto, when he wasn't overthrowing tyrants or breaking up drug syndicates, was an avid gardener. He dotted his rooms with various potted plants and small shrubs. Master Windu eschewed any personal belongings, but did prefer to cook meals from his home world rather than go to the mess hall if possible. It had come as no small surprise to her, the first time she had visited Naruto in his new rooms, to see the most intimidating master in the whole order standing over a stove, stirring a pot of spicy-smelling stew while Naruto pruned a potted plant while wearing protective gloves and a respirator. In contrast, there was no smell of stew nor colorful flowers in Anakin and Obi-Wan's apartment. Instead, a collection of exotic teas sat on the counter, while various tools and bits of dismembered gadgetry littered every other available surface. Ahsoka smirked at the mess. It matched Anakin so well, with his chaotic force signature and passionate emotions. I heard what happened. Obi-Wan's voice broke her out of her observations. He looked down at her with a soft expression. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? Is Anakin here? She cursed the tremor in her voice, but now that she was here, it was getting harder and harder to hold herself together. Yes, he's in his room, building something, as usual, Obi-Wan said, casting a glance towards Anakin's room. Now that she listened for it, she could hear the faint hum of tools from behind the door. What's he making? She asked. Before he could answer, there was a muffled thump, followed by a lot of cursing in hiatus. Anakin's door slid open and he stumbled into the main room in a cloud of oily smoke and profanity. Ahsoka had to stifle a snort of laughter and looked up at Obi-Wan. Noise, apparently, the knight quipped. Anakin's head snapped around. Hey, it's not my fault. The tool dash he stopped when he finally noticed who else was in the room. For a moment, silence ruled, then he jumped forward, prior complaints forgotten. Hey, Sky Guy. Snips. In the space of a heartbeat, he crossed the room and swamped her in a huge embrace. All at once, the stubborn energy she had been using to keep herself upright fled, and she slumped forward into him while her crutches clattered to the floor. Anakin didn't miss a beat, but picked her up as if she weighed nothing. Her arms and legs automatically wrapped around his torso and she clung to him like a rancor pup, not caring if it looked embarrassing or not. I heard about the attack, he whispered, and anger blazed off him like a collapsing star. I promise, if the scum who did that ever show their faces again, I'll hunt them down and destroy them. She squeezed him tighter as his rage buffeted against her senses. It was always this way with Anakin. He wore his heart on his sleeve and everyone around him got caught up in his sheer presence. Normally, that presence was invigorating, thrilling even, but sometimes, like now, it was crushing. Distantly, she heard Obi-Wan say something, but couldn't make out the words over the roaring in her head. Whatever he said had an effect, though, because the tidal waves of fury died down to a barely detectable simmer. In its place, she felt a soothing hand rub her rear leg as Anakin walked them over to the couch. I'm sorry, Snips. I shouldn't have lost control like that. Okay, Sky Guy, she mumbled into his tunic. The storm of anger may have been unpleasant, even a little scary, but it also reminded her how much Anakin cared. No, it wasn't, he said bitterly. It hurt you, and that's never okay. I promise, I'll do better. You said you needed to talk to Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan said from the kitchen, where he was making a pot of tea. She shifted until she was sitting next to him instead of on top of him. Anakin kept an arm around her shoulders, though, and she leaned into the contact for strength. For a long few minutes, she said nothing. Eventually, Obi-Wan brought over 3 mugs of tea and handed her one. She sipped it and let the relaxing taste drain some of the tension from her muscles. Finally, Anakin broke the silence. What is it, Snips? If you don't talk, I can't dash. I killed someone, she blurted out. During the attack. One of the Mandalorians. He was holding me hostage, but Naruto distracted him. I took his blaster, and I shot him. In the head. Under his helmet. The words sounded strange, as if someone else was speaking in her voice. Never in her young life had she considered that she might actually have to say such a thing. Anakin and Obi-Wan both shifted at her declaration, and she felt more than heard Anakin sigh. She refused to look at them, though, instead staring intently at her tea. It would have been too much if she looked up and saw judgment in their eyes, or worse, pity. Oh, little one, you don't dash. It was awful, she said, barely aware she had interrupted Obi-Wan. There was blood and brains, and I sensed him die. But I didn't feel anything. I was angry because of air, and scared, but when I killed him, there was nothing. I wasn't happy, or sad, or disgusted. He died. I killed him. Her voice rose to a near shriek. And I didn't even care. I still don't feel anything about it. She finally dared to look up from her steaming mug of tea. Her eyes stung as tears threatened to spill down her face, and she couldn't make out either of their expressions. Why don't I feel anything about it? What's wrong with me? Anakin's mug made a dull thump when he set it on the table. 2 calloused, grease-stained hands cupped her face and a pair of thumbs gently wiped the tears out of her eyes. She blinked and saw his face hovering in front of hers, a look of understanding and compassion on it. I am so sorry you had to do that, but I want you to listen to me now, okay? There's nothing wrong with you, Ahsoka, he said in a voice filled with boundless conviction. You hear me? Nothing. But I dash. No buts. You did what you had to do. It's okay not to feel anything about that. It's okay to be happy, or sad, or angry, or whatever you feel. Ahsoka chewed her lip and had to squeeze her mug to stop her hands from shaking. Jedi are supposed to be compassionate, though. How could I not care about killing someone? Anakin made to speak, but Obi-Wan beat him to it. As usual, his voice was as soothing as the tea he loved. Ahsoka, you're here, almost in tears from stress. This has clearly had you worked up for days now. It looks to me as if you care a great deal. Do not focus on the negative. Anakin is right. There is no one proper response to taking a life. Whatever you are feeling, accept it and know that you protected yourself. You protected your friends. From what I've heard, none of them would be alive if not for you. She couldn't find anything wrong or untrue about what he said, but it still didn't really help. It didn't ease the sense that she should have felt something. Even happiness would have been better than the complete apathy she felt towards the nameless man she had killed. Her vision started to blur again, but Anakin's voice brought her back to reality. I felt the same as you after the first time I killed someone, he said. Ahsoka swallowed and looked at him, not sure what to say. His voice was a little distant, but he still looked at her with the same compassion as earlier. Really? He nodded. That's right. I was a little younger than you. We were on a mission to study an asteroid belt. It was supposed to be easy. Boring. It turned out not to be boring at all. No, boredom has been conspicuously absent from my life since I met you, my young Padawan, Obi-Wan said. His words were teasing, but his tone held an undercurrent of affection that took any bite out of his statement. Anakin shot him a wan smile before he continued. It turned out a pirate gang had been using the asteroids as a base for slave trafficking. It was a small outfit, maybe a dozen of them, and they had a bunch of prisoners, so we intervened before they sold them off. Long story short, I ended up in the holding cells trying to open the cages when some random guard walked in. There was no reason for him to be there, he just wandered in on a whim, I guess. Anyway, he went for his blaster and I didn't even hesitate. I just stabbed him, right in the heart, before he could even draw his weapon. Just like you, I was angry he was a slaver. Furious even. I was scared, too. That was the first time I ever used my lightsaber on a mission, and there were dozens of people counting on me. But when it came to killing him, I didn't feel anything. It was just another step in solving the problem. Afterwards, I didn't even think about him until it came time to give my report. Ahsoka shivered at how uncannily similar his story sounded to her own. If it weren't for the Force, she might have thought he was making it all up to comfort her, but she could sense the truth behind his words. I remember almost being sick when I realized I'd nearly forgotten about killing someone. I thought I was a monster. It took me a long time to figure it out, but I wasn't. Killing him was necessary, and torturing myself for not breaking down over it was pointless. I didn't do anything wrong, just like you didn't do anything wrong. Tell me, were you defending yourself? She took a shaky breath and nodded. Yes. Did you kill him out of hatred, or to get revenge for attacking your friends? No. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her into his side, surrounding her in solid warmth. Then stop beating yourself up for doing the right thing. Trust me, feeling guilty for not feeling guilty, especially when you did nothing wrong, doesn't help anything. You're a good person. I believe in you, and I think you'll make an amazing Jedi one day. Ahsoka's breath hitched at hearing her role model and older brother figure say he believed in her. You really mean that? Of course, Snips, he said, and she could hear the cocky smirk in his voice. You should believe me. After all, I am older and wiser. I know these things. She snorted and nudged him with her shoulder, but a small smile tugged at her lips. Anakin may have been cocky, but he was also the Jedi she looked up to more than any other, even Yoda. Hearing his story, and the reassurance that she really wasn't a monster, helped loosen the knot of stress and worry that had been building up in her chest for the past few days. For the first time since Naruto had left, it felt like she could take a full breath. Thanks Sky Guy, she mumbled. The emotional turmoil of the last hour, combined with the comforting warmth of Anakin's presence and the calming effect of Obi-Wan's tease, all teamed up to leech the last of the energy from her still healing body. With a sleepy groan, she let her head tip forward and tried to burrow deeper into Anakin's side. He must have noticed, because he pulled her up into a more comfortable position, where she could use his body as a pillow. One arm wrapped around her to keep her from slipping, while his other reached up and began gently tapping out a simple rhythm on her still budding montrals. It was the Togruta equivalent of having her hair scratched, and soon enough, the world around her dissolved into a warm fog. The taps blurred out her echolocation and sent waves of drowsiness rolling over her. Her eyes drifted shut, and sleep carried her off. Obi-Wan gazed fondly at his Padawan as he sat with a lap full of a tiny, sleeping, Togrutan teenager. Ahsoka's Force signature sang with peace and contentment, a far cry from the tangled mess it had been when she first knocked on the door. Anakin had one arm wrapped protectively around her back, while he absently tapped on her montrals with the other. You never told me you struggled after that mission, Anakin, he said. His Padawan looked up from the sleeping Togruta and grinned sheepishly. It didn't seem like such a big deal at the time. Obi-Wan raised an eyebrow. He didn't believe for a second that was the whole story. Anakin rolled his eyes and sighed. Okay. I thought you might get rid of me if I said anything. It was stupid, I know, but I was still getting used to being able to ask people for help. Obi-Wan privately mused that Anakin had never truly mastered that skill, but he kept it to himself. His Padawan had been much more open with him over the last few years, and he was loath to say anything to jeopardize that. Well, I'm glad you could draw wisdom from that experience, at least. You handled matters with Ahsoka very well. I'm proud of you. Anakin snorted and frowned. Ahsoka murmured in her sleep and he froze and took a calming breath. He didn't speak until she stilled, but when he did, his voice came out as a low, growling whisper, trembling with suppressed anger. None of this should have happened. What kind of monsters attack a ship full of younglings? Be mindful of your feelings, Anakin, Obi-Wan reminded him. Anger is a poison. We cannot shape the past, only the future, and to do that, we must think clearly. Master Unduli and Jiraiya are doubtless tracking down the culprits as we speak. Ahsoka and the others will recover. They're strong and they'll have help. Barriss will have Master Luminara, Trilla will have Master Junda Dash. And Ahsoka? Anakin asked, face surly. Obi-Wan knew where this was going. Anakin had been stewing over this for months, now. She doesn't have a master. No one's even talked to her about taking her on. It's not fair. She's got so much potential, and it's like no one else can see it. She has you. Don't underestimate yourself. Anakin snorted again. I'm not her master. He smiled. Yet. Anakin's head snapped up, eyes wide and mouth gaping. Obi-Wan swallowed a grin at his ridiculous expression. What do you mean yet? I'm not Dash. Anakin, why do you think no one has asked to take her on? Obi-Wan asked, privately enjoying his Padawan's reaction. He didn't get a chance to play jokes very often, but he still enjoyed it when he could. The other knights and masters are hardly blind to her potential. You have the beginnings of a training bond with Ahsoka. I what? I don't. What? Anakin looked increasingly lost and confused. It's been there for years now. Jiraiya and I both noticed, and I'm fairly sure Naruto has, too. Everyone who looked at Ahsoka could sense she was destined to be someone else's Padawan. But I'm still a Padawan. Anakin cried. Despite his plaintive tone, Obi-Wan could sense more than a hint of interest in him at the idea. It was just buried under shock and self-doubt. He shook his head at that last one. It never ceased to baffle him how Anakin could be confident to the point of arrogance in so many things, yet have so little faith in himself and others. It was one of the main things Obi-Wan still wanted to work with him on, but that was for the future. For now, yes, you are still a Padawan. But you're closer to being ready for the trials than I think you realize. Ready for the Master, I heard Ahsoka just now when I almost lost control. The admission came with a wave of bitter self-recrimination. Obi-Wan could feel it through the bond, even though it wasn't directed at him. He nodded and gestured for Anakin to calm down, accompanying it with feelings of peace and understanding through the Force. Remember my advice to Ahsoka, do not focus on the negative. You regained your control the instant you noticed her discomfort. I said you were close to being ready. There is still plenty I have to teach you, but I believe within a year, perhaps a bit longer, you will be a knight. That, finally, seemed to render Anakin speechless. He just stared straight ahead, mouth open, too stunned to speak. Obi-Wan smiled to himself and got up to wash the now empty mugs while his Padawan rebooted. When he got back, Anakin was still staring vacantly into the middle distance, though. He sighed and reached out with the Force. Snap out of it, Padawan mine. There's no call for dramatics. Anakin blinked before shooting him a dirty look. I am not dramatic, Master. He raised an eyebrow. Anakin flushed and looked away. Fine, he muttered, before he looked back down at Ahsoka. The exhausted girl was still fast asleep, clinging to Anakin's torso like a monkey lizard despite all the noise they had been making. What am I supposed to do? I've never even thought about taking a Padawan. What should I tell her? Anakin, you aren't under any obligation to take a student, certainly not yet. You should meditate on this. If it is truly the will of the Force that you should train Ahsoka, I believe you will do fine. As for how to tell her, that is up to you. I wouldn't say anything until you decide, though. Take your time. She won't be sent to Bandomer or anything like that. Anakin was silent for several minutes, though his Force signature remained turbulent. Obi-Wan let him think, though. He'd dropped a lot on his Padawan's head all at once, now it was time to let him work through it. He was confident Anakin would make the right decision for himself and Ahsoka, whatever that turned out to be. If he was honest with himself, he hoped Anakin chose to train her. She would make a truly amazing Jedi one day, and he wanted Anakin to experience the joys of training a brilliant Padawan and seeing them grow up. Though their partnership may have begun with tragedy, training Anakin had been the most rewarding experience of his life. He could scarcely remember what it was like to sit down without first having to clear away spare circuit boards and technical manuals, or meditate without feeling the bright link between himself and the boy whom he'd raised for the past 9 years. He didn't know what his life would be like without Anakin as a constant presence in it. I'm going to have to find out, he realized. Soon enough, he'll be a knight, and probably a teacher as well. Force, when did he grow up? It was a sobering thought that Anakin would soon be out on his own, but not a sad one. For all that would miss having his Padawan around, he refused to begrudge him the chance to walk his own path and be his own man. Besides, Anakin was one of the most steadfast and loyal people he knew. Their friendship would outlive Anakin's knighting, he was confident in that. I had better get Ahsoka back to the creche before Master Leem tears the temple apart looking for her. Anakin's voice startled him out of his thoughts. When he looked, Anakin had already gathered Ahsoka into his arms and stood up to carry her to the creche. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'll think about it. Just remember, Padawan, I will always be here to help, whatever the future holds. I'll remember that. He paused halfway out the door and looked back. Thank you, Master. For everything. I wouldn't be who I am today without your teachings. Obi-Wan smiled. You're welcome, Anakin. It's been my privilege. He watched his robes vanish around the corner and nodded in satisfaction. The future was in good hands. Very good hands indeed. So what do you think? Jiraiya asked. I think this ship you've gotten is a piece of junk, Luminara replied. He opened his mouth to deny it, but the words just wouldn't come. There were some lies too big even for a former shinobi. Claiming the vessel in front of them was anything other than a scrap heap would fly in the face of overwhelming evidence. The ship in question was an ancient, dilapidated, rusting G9 Rigger-class light freighter. Jiraiya had purchased it from a local farmer to replace the T6 shuttle they had flown from Anshan. There were dents in the hull, it leaked various noxious fluids everywhere, and the control panel randomly shot sparks for no apparent reason. He imagined Naruto would have laughed his ass off at the idea of flying the junker between cities, let alone halfway across the galaxy. It'll blend in, Jiraiya said, trying to muster some of his tattered dignity. Besides, it's the best I could do on short notice. It's not like we can go to Nar Shada in a Jedi shuttle. At least in this thing we won't get shot down the moment we try to land. No, far better we should disintegrate in hyperspace when the engines explode. Despite her sarcastic tone, he knew Luminara was only trying to lighten the mood. In a way, it was heartening. A few years ago, the idea of actually bantering with her would have been unthinkable. Now, it was downright normal. He kept up their back and forth while they spent 2 hours repairing the more important systems, occasionally throwing in a more flirtatious quip. To his surprise and tentative excitement, she not only didn't call him out on it, but might actually have flirted back. It was a little tough to tell, between her reserve and dry wit, but there was a certain playfulness to her comments he hadn't seen before. That playfulness vanished as they got closer to Nar Shada, however, replaced with her unreadable mask. Something was clearly bothering her, but he had no idea what. Not for the first time, he envied Naruto his empathic abilities. Knowing what practically any woman was feeling with barely any effort. His inner super pervert boggled at the potential of such power and mourned that the Gaki would likely never use it in such a way. Ah, if only he could. No, he told himself. You're done with that. That was then. This is now, and if you want to know what's on her mind, just ask her, damn it. So he did. He found her in the cockpit, staring out at the swirling void of hyperspace. Though she kept her body language tightly controlled, he could still see the subtle tension in her jaw and the minute tapping of one finger. Most others would have missed it, but to his experienced eye there was agitation written across her plain as day. There's something on your mind, he said. She didn't visibly react, but he could sense the change in her focus. She had heard him. Talk to me. Maybe I can help. She didn't respond right away, but he waited. In his experience, when she was tense, she became extra careful with her words. Patience was the best strategy, and after a few minutes, it paid off. I am unsure of the disguises you've chosen for us. Jiraiya blinked. He hadn't been expecting such an obvious deflection. It meant whatever was actually bothering her involved him somehow. That narrowed the possibilities down, but he decided to play along for now. He wouldn't pressure her to tell him something unless it became mission critical. You don't think we can pass as smugglers? Well, I suppose we could always go with my first idea. That got a rise out of her. She swiveled her chair to fix him with a look that could have turned Mon Cala into a desert world. I am not pretending to be a married bounty hunter couple. But why not? He swept one hand through the air, as if highlighting some dramatic scene. Just think about it. Me, the dashing, handsome mercenary, feared by men and desired by women across the galaxy. You, my bride and partner, sexy, lethal, and the only woman to whom my heart belongs. Together, we adventure across the galaxy, our love conquering all who would do us harm. The story practically writes itself. How can you say no to that? Her face twitched for a moment before she gave up trying to suppress her reaction. A smile broke through her previous stoic reserve, and a soft chuckle escaped her lips. He smiled back, glad to see her malaise gone, even if only for a moment. I can say no because it sounds like the plot of a cheap pornographic novel, she said between laughs. Something you would know all about, I'm sure. He gasped in mock outrage. How dare you? My books were never cheap. Something occurred to him, and a sly grin crawled across his face. How would you know anything about porn, anyway? Are we, perhaps, not quite the pure and perfect Jedi paragon after all? Jiraiya was ready for any number of reactions to his snarky question. Cool indifference. Feigned deafness. Outraged spluttering. Embarrassed denial. What he was not expecting, and was certainly not prepared for, was for Luminara to look him dead in the eyes and give him a secretive smirk. Wouldn't you like to know, she said in a voice that somehow managed to be teasing, alluring, and confident all at once. He had to force himself not to gulp. Sweet Kami, that was one of the sexiest things I've ever seen, he thought. How is this woman so damn perfect? His heart desperately wanted to explore this newfound mystery further. The thought of Luminara reading smut, whether as a rebellious young woman or a curious adult, was enticing in ways he hadn't imagined. However, his sense of duty, the annoying pest that it was, hijacked whatever part of his brain was still functioning, and pointed out that Luminara was trying to distract him from asking about whatever was really on her mind. Reluctantly, he put the topic of porn aside, though he vowed to come back to it later. Those questions needed answers, and as soon as feasible. For now, though, concern outweighed prurience. Leaving that delightful morsel for later, now that I've gotten you out of your own head, do you want to tell me the real reason you're so stressed? It seemed she had expected her ploy to work because her eyes widened at his question. The smile dropped off her face, and, for a moment, he feared he had pushed too hard, that she would shut him out. He'd done it often enough in the past, though he hoped they were close enough, now, to at least share their worries with each other. After a moment, she relaxed and answered. I question if we're doing the right thing, going to Nar Shada. Not that I think we should let Singh escape justice, but we're talking about infiltrating Sovereign Hutt space, the heart of their territory, and arresting someone. We have no permission from the Hutt Council, no diplomatic cover. We don't even have proof that Aura was involved beyond Naruto's word. If they caught us, it could spark a major diplomatic incident. Jiraiya frowned. There was something more to her objections than just political caution, but he didn't know what. Aura Singh's been a fugitive for nearly 30 years now. She's killed more than a dozen Jedi, and who knows how many innocent civilians. You do not need to remind me of her crimes. Luminara's voice gained an edge he could have shaved with. Some of those Jedi she killed were my friends. One of the younglings she just brutalized is my soon-to-be Padawan. I know what sort of monster we're hunting. He bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. But if you know all that, why are you hesitant to go through with this? And don't tell me it's because of the potential diplomatic fallout. There's something else bothering you, something deeper. Once again, she was silent for a long time, and once again, he waited patiently for her to choose her words. This time, it took 10 minutes before she finally spoke up. Military history being taught to younglings. Lightsaber training being revamped and updated for the first time in over a century. Masters and knights getting dossiers on modern infantry and naval tactics. "Are you and Master Yoda preparing the Jedi for a war?" she asked. Jiraiya inhaled sharply. So that was what all this was about. He should have known she would notice the new additions to the temple curriculum. He'd kept them as subtle as he could, but there was only so far such efforts could go. For a moment, he wanted to deny it, but the thought passed quickly. There was no point in obfuscation, and she deserved the truth. Yes. The word felt too short to encompass the awful weight of that admission. It dropped from his mouth like a stone and sucked all other sound from the cockpit. She pursed her lips into a thin, dark line. Why? We aren't soldiers. Our duty is to prevent wars, not partake in them. Now it was his turn to pause and weigh his words. Every time Master Yoda has looked into the future over the past 3 years, he's seen the same thing. War. No matter what path he looks down, war is coming, and the Jedi are always at the heart of it. We don't know who we're fighting, or why, but it's always the same. Jedi leading armies into battle, fighting for the Republic. I proposed, and he agreed to make sure we're ready for it when it comes. I'd have thought you, of all people, would be the most opposed to war, she said. There was confusion in her voice, and a touch of irritation. Your whole philosophy revolves around breaking the cycle of violence and hatred that's plagued the galaxy for so long. He let out a heavy sigh and sat down in the co-pilot's chair. I do believe in that, but I'm also not blind. If there's a war coming, it's because the Sith want it to come. Why else would they reveal themselves after 1,000 years of hiding? Master Yoda and I simply don't want the Order caught off guard. This isn't something we want, but it is what the future holds. I don't like the idea of fighting another war, but I refuse to let others suffer when I could be defending them. We're meant to be peacekeepers. She sounded almost heartbroken, and it was a sentiment he fully agreed with. Sadly, the galaxy was not kind to such lofty ideals. You can't be a peacekeeper with no peace. If war breaks out, it will be our job to save the people from the worst of the suffering. The best way to do that is by ending the war as soon as possible. That means fighting, and that means preparing to fight. The Republic is vulnerable. Its military is a hollow shell. Who do you think the Senate will call upon to lead if peace efforts fail? She didn't respond, but he saw the realization in her eyes. He was right, and she knew it. That didn't make it any easier to swallow. Luminara, I hate this as much as you do, he said, trying to get her to see his point of view. I'll do everything I can to prevent a war, but if we're up against the Sith, we have to face reality. They must be stopped, and it'll be the Jedi doing it. Another long silence dominated the cramped cockpit. He could see the emotions play out across her face and in her body language. First denial, then desperation, and finally a mournful resignation. Do you really think the Sith are behind the Separatists? You're talking about Dooku, one of the most powerful and respected Jedi Masters of the last 3 centuries, being a Sith Lord. Is it even possible? She asked. Jiraiya hesitated before answering. He'd had this same conversation already with Yoda, and it had gone nowhere. We don't know. They have legitimate grievances against the Republic government. Even if Dooku is genuine, and the Sith aren't behind the separatist movement, they'll definitely capitalize on the chaos. Until we know more, we have to be ready for anything. He spotted her expression. You'd already figured all this out, hadn't you? She smiled a little. He didn't think he'd ever seen her look sadder. Yes. I had hoped I was wrong. I wanted to be wrong. For you to be wrong. But you're not, are you? No, he sighed. I'm not. The cave Naruto walked through felt eerily familiar. It gave off a similar feeling as the crystal cave on Ilum. Similar, but also distinctly different. There was something more intimate about this place, more primal. If the entrance hall had felt old, then this inner cave felt truly ancient. It was as though he were walking a narrow bridge spanning a fathomless gulf. Whatever had formed the force nexus beneath the temple, it was like nothing he had encountered before. Nevertheless, he kept on searching for the test he knew he would have to face. There was, in truth, only one thing it could be. He didn't know how it would happen, or how he would handle it, but he knew he was going to face the Kyuubi once again. Sure enough, he soon heard some vast creature breathing from up ahead. The warm air ruffled his clothes, and a familiar sense of power and malice prickled at his mind. He rounded another 2 corners before stepping into an enormous cavern. The sheer size of it momentarily drove any fear or anger from his mind. The distant ceiling was visible only as a slightly textured shadow curving slowly out of sight. He boggled at the impossible scale. It was larger by far than the exterior of the temple could have contained. As his gaze traced down the distant opposite walls, it lit upon a sight that summoned all the turmoil of the last week back to the forefront of his mind. 2 giant eyes, glowing like banked coals, hung far above him in the dark. His fists clenched tight enough to draw blood, and he unconsciously took up a fighting stance. Beneath the furnace light of the eyes, the darkness split open to reveal a cavernous maw lined with gleaming teeth. A growl set his bones shaking and sent dust pattering down from the ceiling. Slowly, the shadows gained shape and texture, until the full form of the Kyuubi stood before him, tails splayed, fangs bared, a look of purest hatred on its face. All that paled to insignificance, however, when Naruto noticed one key detail. There was no cage. He tensed, ready to face the inevitable attack. Some small part of him quivered in terror and screamed that a true fight with the Kyuubi was naught but suicide, but he ignored it. Here was the beast who had tormented him for years. He'd sooner gnaw off his own feet than back down now. There was nothing to do but brace for the coming calamity. The inevitable attack never came, though. The Kyuubi snarled and glared, but didn't move. Instead, after a few more seconds of raging, it quieted down and stared at him. "Well, Ninjin, what is your answer?" Its voice carried undercurrents of the same fury it had displayed just seconds ago, but controlled. Naruto could only stare, mouth open, dumbfounded. It wasn't the most intelligent comeback he'd ever used, but no one had told him he might be tested on his wit. After all these years, the fox finally had him face to face, with no bars between them, and apparently it wanted a conversation. Significant parts of his brain went plink and ground to a halt. The Kyuubi growled again, and the furnace glow grew brighter. "Do not test me. What is your answer?" The question made no more sense in repetition than it had initially, either in its content or its very existence. "What do you mean, what's my answer? What are you talking about? And why aren't you trying to eat me? All you ever do is talk about how you're gonna eat me one day. Now's your chance, and you're just sitting there." It occurred to him halfway through his impromptu rant that he was actually advocating for the strongest of the Baijiu, possibly the most powerful being in the entire galaxy, to attack him, but he carried on anyway. The sheer oddity of the situation defied such things as common sense and self-preservation. "It is not by choice, I assure you, Ninjin. This place has summoned my consciousness, forced us to meet, but I am not truly here. If I were, you would have died the moment I saw you. Now, for the last time, tell me. What is your answer?" The volume of the last question shook the floor and had Naruto covering his ears in pain. For not truly being present, the fox certainly had no issue making itself heard. "My answer to what?" Naruto shouted. "To the question that has been bouncing around your puny mind for the last 2 days. The question the healing woman asked you. Do you hate me?" That brought him up short. His jaw worked up and down a few times, but no sound came out. He thought about refusing to answer, about walking away and ignoring the fox, but it would be pointless. He was here to face his demons, and if the Kyuubi didn't qualify, then nothing did. Besides, if anyone deserved an answer to that question, he supposed it was the fox. Pity he didn't have one. "I don't know," he said. It felt strange, talking to the Kyuubi like this. Its tails twitched back and forth, but it said nothing. "I should," he continued. Old memories played across his mind. Dark memories. Sullen anger boiled in his gut like pitch, and his teeth ground together. "I should hate you. You attacked my village. I'm an orphan because of you. I grew up alone because of you. People hated me because of you. You ruined my life." This time, it was his voice that shook the cavern. He'd shouted so hard he was breathless and his throat ached. It felt good to finally give voice to his anger after so many years of holding it in. He wanted to keep yelling, to scream, and rage and smash everything he could see, until he finally exhausted himself. He might have, too, had it not been for the deafening roar that, once again, drove pressure spikes into his ears. The Cuabai reared back, tails thrashing and fur bristling. I ruined your life? You dare? I have been imprisoned for nearly a century. Sealed away, demonized, used as a weapon for you filthy humans and your puny squabbles. I ruined your life? Your very existence denies me any life of my own. You keep me trapped behind this wretched seal, in the dark, alone. You steal from me, but I am the one who ruined your life. That's not my fault. I didn't ask for my dad to seal you in me. You were attacking Konoha. Don't act all innocent. I haven't stolen shit from you. You've been trying to get me to use your power for years now, and when I do, you try to kill my friends. The sudden spike of killing intent forced Naruto to his knees. The ground shattered under the weight of the Cuabai's rage. Do you think I want to debase myself and let you use my power? I am a Baijuya. My power is my very being. It is the essence of who I am. Then why do you keep telling me to take your chakra, huh? Because I want to be free from this prison. There was something more than just anger now, in the fox's voice. Naruto thought he heard a hint of desperation, of an open wound decades in the making. Vile ninja, you cannot imagine my suffering. Locked away for 40 years and more. Treated like some object. My own essence torn from me, so you vermin could kill each other over some tiny spits of land. If letting you steal yet more from me is the price of my freedom, then so be it. I will suffer any indignity if it means I can escape this hell. So do not presume to know anything about me, whelp. You understand nothing. Naruto opened his mouth to scream something and then closed it again with a click. As he processed what the Cuabai had just said, what it meant, the acid rage that had filled his blood drained away, leaving him hollow and shaky. He had never once thought about what being sealed away meant for the fox. It had certainly never occurred to him that, when he used its power, he was literally scooping away bits of its being. All of a sudden, he felt a great deal less sure of his moral high ground. I guess I really don't know anything about the Cuabai, do I? Just that thought alone left him uneasy. Disliking, perhaps hating, the Cuabai had been simple. Easy, even. It was the evil demon who had killed thousands and wanted to eat him and destroy everything it saw. He was the one who kept it locked up, like a dangerous animal. The ironclad certainty of that view was comforting. He didn't want to consider that there might be more to the fox, that it might not be pure evil. But what about Gaara, he thought. Everyone believed he was evil. They liked believing he was evil, so they didn't have to feel guilty. But he wasn't, was he? In his mind, he saw Gaara lying on the forest floor after their battle. He remembered the fear in his eyes, and beneath that, a desperate yearning for someone, anyone, to show him some kindness. To acknowledge him as something more than the monster he'd never asked to be. It had been the same look Naruto saw in the mirror so often as a child, and he'd known, at that moment, he and Gaara were the same. A moment of compassion, just a few words and some empathy, were all it had taken to turn Gaara from a bitter foe into one of his most treasured friends. His brother in all but blood. That decision had, in turn, saved the lives of the whole retrieval team the night Sasuke had defected. Jiraiya-sensei's always said the best way to break the cycle of hatred is by understanding others. Understanding Gaara let him break out of his hatred. Should I try to understand the Cuabai? He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, where a headache was steadily building. Arg. Why is this so damn complicated? I don't want to understand that monster. He knew that was a petty thought, though, childish and unworthy of a Jedi Padawan. Twice over, he'd chosen to dedicate his life to the service of something greater than himself. First it had been his village, now it was the Jedi Order and, by extension, the whole Republic. He may have been too young to fully understand what that meant back in Konoha, or even when he first came to the temple, but he knew now, and understanding had only deepened his commitment to his chosen path. Mace had taught him the importance of duty. He had ingrained it in him in every way short of literally carving it into his bones. What he wanted didn't matter right now. He had an opportunity to break a cycle of hatred, and he had to try. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to face himself. "You're right," he said at last. The words tasted of dust and bile, but they were still true. "I don't know anything about you." The Kyuubi's tails paused in their thrashing for a moment, and it narrowed its eyes at him, but it didn't respond. Naruto steeled himself and walked forward until he reached a boulder just a few dozen meters from the fox's front paws, and sat against it. He was acutely aware of the gleaming ivory claws, each one many times longer than he was tall, resting against the ground just a small jump away. Being this close to the Kyuubi made his palms sweat, but he refused to let fear control him. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it properly. "So why don't you tell me?" "What?" The Kyuubi stared at him. It was tough to read its facial expression, but Naruto thought it might have looked dumbfounded. Possibly even stupefied. Certainly, there was some degree of intense shock. In the back of his mind, he felt rather proud of that. It wasn't every day he got to render an ancient chakra monster of unlimited power speechless. "You said I don't understand. So help me understand. Let's talk." "Why should I tell you anything, whelp? I have no interest in indulging the passing whims of my jailer." Naruto ground his teeth some more. "Listen, ya dem furball, I'm not thrilled about this either. But you're stuck with me, and I'm stuck in here until I sort this shit out, so you might as well talk." The Kyuubi snorted and looked away. Naruto rolled his eyes, trying to hold tight to the scraps of his patience. "Oh, come on, damn it. If you're gonna be like that, I'll just wait here until you get bored." When the fox stayed silent, he sighed and closed his eyes. His breathing evened out, his heartbeat slowed, and in less than a minute, he slipped into a quiet meditation. It was strange how easy it was. Ever since the attack, he'd been unable to meditate properly, but now, mere meters from the source of all his turmoil, the trance came easily. That wasn't to say it was peaceful, necessarily. He meditated on the beast in front of him. Specifically, on the Kyuubi's perspective of events. It did not paint a pretty picture, and, unbidden, he felt a touch of empathy for the fox. The silence stretched for what could have been minutes or hours. It was hard to tell. Eventually, though, he heard an explosive sigh from above him that jolted him out of his trance. "Fine, you insolent ninja. You wish to understand me? What would you know?" Naruto paused. "How about your name? You've gotta have one, right? Shikaku had a name, so I bet you've got one, too. What is it?" "Ha, as if you are worthy of speaking it. Only those I respect may know my name." The fox glared down at him, and he held up his hands. "Fine, if you'd rather I just call you Kyuubi, then I don't care. You're gonna have to tell me something, though, or we'll be down here forever." Far above him, the fox's tails twitched irritably. "How about your history, then? How'd you end up sealed in the first place?" For a moment, Naruto thought the Kyuubi might actually try to attack him, futile or not. It stamped its foot hard enough to crack the ground and snarled viciously. Before he could backtrack, though, it stilled and settled down into its forelimbs. "You want to know how I came to be in this pathetic situation? So be it, ninja. Listen well." The fox closed its eyes and paused, clearly sifting through memories. "For millennia after my creation, I lived in peace and solitude, away from you humans. You were noisy, smelly, and violent, and I wanted nothing to do with you. One day, though, a man tracked me back to my den. His name was Madara Uchiha, one of the founders of your little village." Naruto perked up. "I've heard of him. He's the one who dash." Silence. "Do not interrupt me, or this tale ends now," the Kyuubi roared, and Naruto shut his mouth sharply. "Madara sought to gain control of the village, and he used those cursed eyes of his to enslave me. I became his puppet, a weapon for him to wield against his greatest enemy, Hashirama Senju. They met at the place you know as the Valley of the End. I believe you are familiar with it." The fox smirked cruelly as Naruto unconsciously rubbed his chest, where Sasuke had impaled him with a chidori. The scar had never faded, and he still sometimes had nightmares about the awful sensation of his best friend's hand stabbing through his body, and the cold, uncaring look in Sasuke's eyes. You cannot imagine the battle that followed. Madara's power already rivaled that of Abijaya, and now he had me enslaved to his will. Even with all that, though, Hashirama proved the greater. He broke Madara's grip on my mind and suppressed my chakra. As I fell asleep, I remember being grateful to him. Grateful. I thought he would defeat that stinking Uchiha and let me go free. But do you know what happened instead, Ninjin? Naruto wasn't sure, but he could venture a guess. From the way the Kyuubi was fuming with rage, it wasn't hard. Once again, that uncomfortable feeling of empathy returned. He wanted to deny what he knew was coming next, to shout that the fox had always been a monster, and that was why the Shoday had sealed it away, but he couldn't. There was no lie in the Kyuubi's words. He could sense, for once, the fox was being completely honest with him. His wife, Mito Uzumaki, came to the valley while I still slept and sealed me away inside herself. I awoke expecting freedom, perhaps even friendship, only to find myself bound in a seal, chained to a rock and impaled on spikes. All for some pathetic scheme of that Senju. He traded the Baijuyu like cattle, so we could be weapons. That is the great and noble legacy of your beloved Konoha, Ninjin. Your world was built on our enslavement. Bile rose in Naruto's throat as he listened to the Kyuubi's story. He had known, on some level, that the Shoday had helped capture the Baijuyu and seal them away, but he hadn't ever thought what that meant. I'm sorry, he whispered. Don't you dare apologize to me. The fox's snarl brought stalactites crashing down from the roof of the cave. You are my jailer, just as much as Mito and your mother. I thought, perhaps, when Mito died, I would be free, but no. She locked me away into Kushina, and I was left in agony, cut off from the world, for years more. Kushina never once spoke to me. She refused to even acknowledge me as a sentient being. I spent over a decade as a living battery. Then came the night you were born. Your cursed father held me back from escaping while Kushina was in labor, and I thought my chance had passed forever. Then, suddenly, the seal dissolved. I was free. Oh, you cannot imagine the joy. After over 60 years nailed to rock in a blank void, I could feel the wind in my fur. Smell the grass beneath my feet. It was glorious. The fox paused and smiled, lost in memory once more. Naruto thought back to when Iruka had given him his headband and made him a genin. He'd been convinced he'd failed, that his dreams of becoming a shinobi were doomed, only for his sensei to give him what he hadn't even dared hope for. The happiness he'd felt had been beyond description. Whatever the fox said, he knew what it was talking about. That glory lasted for all of 46 seconds. The Kyuubi's voice broke him out of his thoughts. Before I could leave, whatever stranger had broken your mother's seal used to Sharinon and enslaved me again. Again. Even when freed, you humans still sought to use me for my power. When I awoke, I was bound in chains and your father was about to seal me into you. My brief taste of freedom was gone, and I've spent the last 15 years locked in this filthy sewer, in the dark, again. That is my story, Ninjin. Are you happy to have heard it? Naruto hesitated for a moment. It was a lot to take in, even for someone accustomed to having their universe turned upside down. He had been angry at the Kyuubi for so long now, ever since that night in the woods when Mizuki had told him the truth. It had become comfortable, like old leather, a familiar feeling that had worn a groove in his soul. Now, though, he couldn't accept it. As much as it pained him to admit it, he couldn't blame the fox for its actions. If he were imprisoned and tortured for decades, he doubted he'd be any different. It had far more reason to hate people than he had to hate it. With a heavy sigh, he nodded his head. I am. And I think I have an answer to that question now. He swallowed and stood up straight. I don't hate you. Maybe I should, but I just can't. Not now. The Kyuubi stared at him for a solid minute, before it burst out in humorless laughter. Ha 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 ha. How like a human. So don't hate me now that you know the truth, Good for you. Do you feel better about yourself? Does it make it easier to keep me imprisoned? Enslaved? Behind his mask, Naruto's jaw dropped. I what? No, I was just look, I'm sorry all that happened to you, okay? I get why you hate people so much. I haven't forgiven you for hurting my friends, but I get it, Just what can I do to help? You know what I want, but you won't do it. Open the seal. Let me out. Naruto shook his head. I can't do that. The Kyuubi growled, but he pushed on. Letting you out would kill me, and I still have promises I have to keep. Besides, I may not hate you, but that doesn't mean I trust you. Ha. Empty words, just like every other human. You talk and talk, but in the end, the result is the same. Me imprisoned and you free. Naruto ignored the interruption. I won't free you, not now, but there's got to be something I can do. Just because I don't trust you doesn't mean I want you to suffer. The baleful glow of the fox's eyes brightened until it illuminated the whole cave, and its claws dug furrows in the stone beneath its feet. Naruto stared it down, though, unwilling to waver. They faced off like that for a minute, then 2, then 10. Finally, the Kyuubi grunted and settled back down. You are truly serious about this, aren't you? How ridiculous, my jailer wanting to make my cell more comfortable. Still, if I cannot be free, I at least would not be kept in the dark any longer. Let me access your senses so I can experience the world again. Wait, you can't already see what's going on. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Then how come you always know so much about what I'm doing and stuff? The fox rolled its eyes and sighed. You really are the dumbest warden I have ever had. I can hear your thoughts, you fool, and see some of your memories. I can also still sense the flow of the universe's lifeblood, what you call the Force. That allows me to put together what has been going on outside my cage, but I am still locked in the dark. I cannot see or hear or taste or smell anything. All I can feel is the water beneath my feet and the walls of my prison. Huh. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I think I can do that. I've studied the seal a bunch, and I think I know enough. Let me try. He knew it was probably reckless, bordering on suicidal, to try altering the seal on such short notice, especially without the key. Jiraiya had refused to give it to him until he was ready, whatever that meant. Both he and Mace would definitely disapprove of what he was about to do, but that alone didn't make this situation stand out all that much. Naruto had turned being reckless and impulsive into an art form, and neither of his teachers were here right now. He was, and both his gut and the Force told him he needed to do this. Whatever issues he had with the Kyuubi, the way it was imprisoned right now was wrong, and he was in a position to fix that. As far as he was concerned, the conversation ended there. As he thought, the rocky cavern walls slowly faded away. In their place were the familiar pipes and cage of his mindscape. Some minute shift in the Force told him this was no mere illusion or Force vision. It was real. He was really in his mind. In front of him, the red iron bars of the cage stretched up out of sight, and the giant paper seal hung right before him. Behind it stood the fox, silent for once, and waiting. Once he had decided what exactly he was going to do, Naruto walked up and laid a hand on the cage. Without the key, he wouldn't be able to properly loosen the seal, let alone open it, but that wasn't what he was going for. Instead, as he searched through the complex web of chakra that made up the seal, he looked for the part separating his mind from the Kyuubi. It took a while to find, even with his detailed knowledge of his father's work. After all, he had never studied it from inside his mindscape before. It was fascinating to see how the various matrices and radials of the seal translated to psychic constructs in his mind. Eventually, though, he found what he was looking for. Once he carefully picked apart the threads of chakra to build in a bypass for his sensory input. It was incredibly delicate work, akin to unraveling a spiderweb without breaking the strands. He made sure to make it strictly one way, so there was no way the fox could influence his senses, and built in a cut-off, so either of them could shut down the connection if they wanted privacy. As the minutes stretched into an hour, and then 2, he slowly wove the new pattern into the seal. There were dozens of safeguards and redundancies to ensure the seal's overall integrity remained intact. By the time he finished, he had a wicked headache and his throat was parched, but it looked like it had worked. In his mindscape, the new addition appeared as a thick red pipe, covered in safety valves and gauges, running along the wall of the tunnel and into the cage. The Kyuubi eyed it suspiciously. Well? Did it work? How should I know, fool? You're still in your mindscape. Besides, this place is meddling with both our senses. I will test it when you are back in the open air. My first taste of the outside world in 15 years will not be some cave. Well, I guess that's gratitude for you, Naruto thought as he opened his eyes. He didn't remember closing them, but now he was once again sitting down in a meditative position. Damn force nexuses, always messing with my senses. No wonder the Kyuubi doesn't want to look around in here. The cave was back, and the fox still sold in front of him, the ever-present snarl on its face. Well, Ninjin, are you finished? Have you done your good deed for the day? He stood up and walked forward until he was directly in front of the fox's face. I know you don't trust me any more than I trust you right now, but maybe that can change. You don't have to hold on to your hatred. The Kyuubi sniffed in disdain. I am my hatred, Ninjin. How dare you lecture me so, when you still keep me imprisoned? Naruto took a deep breath and held onto his temper with his teeth. Years of habit wanted him to shout at the fox, but he resisted. It was no good asking something, or someone, to change if he wasn't willing to do his part, too. I'm not letting you out, but I can promise you this. I'll be your last Jinchuriki. After I die, you won't be sealed into anyone else. With his bit said, he turned and walked back towards the entrance of the cave. Just as he reached the start of the tunnel, he heard the fox behind him. I don't believe you. You say that now, but you humans are fickle. He stopped and looked back. Well, I suppose you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? I promise, though, I won't continue the cycle of enslaving you. I'd like it if we could be friends. He paused then, and his eyes turned as harsh and unforgiving as the deepest ocean depths. When he spoke, his voice might have been hewn from a glacier. But if you ever hurt the people I care about again, I'll seal you into a black hole. Believe it. Just for a moment, he let loose with the full extent of his power. A bright blue aura surrounded him, filling half the cave. The air thickened and crackled with energy, while the rocks of the ground and the walls cracked beneath the sheer intensity of his presence. The Kyuubi actually flinched, ever so slightly, and an odd look stole across its face. It wasn't fear, but it might possibly have been respect. It eyed him for a moment before nodding. We will see, Naruto, he said, as he faded back into darkness. We will see. Nar Shada was a dark reflection of Coruscant. On the surface, the two worlds bore many similarities to each other. Both were ecumenopolises, with the natural surface of the planet hidden beneath several kilometers of urban sprawl. Both teemed with life, boasting a population of over 1 trillion. Both acted as the cultural and economic centers of their respective civilizations. However, while the Republic capital may have had a seedy underbelly pulsing beneath its glittering surface, Nar Shada didn't go in for the glamorous facade. The planet was nothing but underbelly, even, improbably, the uppermost levels. Where Coruscant beat like a heart in the Force, full of light and dark and joy and anger, in other words life, Nar Shada oozed like a sore. It wasn't dark, at least not in the way that a Sith planet would have been dark, but its presence felt grimy, as if the Force was soaked in weak old grease. Amidst all the surging anger, lust, and fear, one thing stood out above all others. Greed. If ever there was a physical embodiment of greed, it was the planet below them. You can practically taste the vice, Luminara said. The Hutts have certainly left their mark on this world. Good. Places like this are easy to hide in. No one wants to ask too many questions, in case they get answers. Jiraiya stood up and popped his neck. Come on. We'd better henge now, in case they want to see us before we land. Much to his dismay, Luminara had proven intractable to the notion of them pretending to be a couple, even in the face of his finest begging. On the upside, she hadn't punched him through a bulkhead like Tsunade would have. Indeed, she had been almost flirtatious. Not overtly or anything. He doubted she even knew how to flirt openly, let alone be comfortable with it. That just wasn't who she was. However, there had been a look in her eye and a note in her voice that he hadn't seen before. No one who didn't know her well would have caught it, but it had been happy. Even teasing. It had come as a welcome break from the grim discussion they'd had earlier. Focus, he told himself. This is no time for playing the lovesick fool. At least act like a competent Jedi. He flashed a single hand seal and hung himself into the likeness of a dark-haired, average-looking man, with a large tattoo of a starburst on his left cheek. His Jedi robes morphed into a simple green shirt and a pair of brown pants. It would have been better if he could have actually changed his clothes to reduce the complexity of the henge, but he hadn't brought any disguises with him. As it was, he didn't really expect any trouble. Nar Shada wasn't a place where they asked questions of new arrivals. Minding your own business was a survival skill on planets like this. A tattoo? Luminara asked from behind him. He turned to speak and froze. Fear feck. This is not helping my focus. She had chosen to be subtle with her henge. Her features had not changed, aside from that she now looked human. Her skin was now a light caramel color, and her tattoos had vanished. Rather than her typical headdress, she now had on a simple scarf, much like the one Barriss wore. The real change was in her clothing, though. It wasn't risque, exactly, but it was certainly a good deal less conservative than her ordinary outfit. The top was gloriously snug and showed off just a hint of décolletage. Her pants were tight enough to be only just on the right side of practicality. All in all, it was still Luminara, but it was Luminara as he had never seen her before. She'd always been beautiful, but now she was downright sexy. His mouth suddenly went dry. She met his gaze and raised an eyebrow. A tiny smirk told him he'd been caught staring and, happily, she didn't mind. Either way, he took in the view for a moment before shaking himself back to the present. It's a distraction. The design's pretty common among a lot of the Outer Rim Cardinals, and it's the only thing people will remember seeing when they look at me. I use this face because it's about as memorable as a glass of water. Just add a garish detail or two to draw the eye, and you'll get 50 people who'll all swear they've seen you, but can't remember where. Smart. She gestured to herself. What do you think? He grinned. Well, you're certainly not forgettable. She rolled her eyes. Do try to think with your brain, Jiraiya. We are illegally infiltrating a sovereign planet. You can admire my looks later, if you must. Oh, I've never had an issue admiring a beautiful sight while on a mission. When her eyebrow climbed another centimeter, he raised his hands in surrender. You look like a smuggler. Sexy, but badass. Good enough, then. Let's get this over with. Much as he'd expected, their landing went completely unchallenged. A droid directed them to a hangar located deep in the bowels of the city, down almost a kilometer below the surface. It was accessible only by a large ventilation shaft, similar to the ones used on Coruscant. What little light that struggled through the smog and pollution above played briefly across the grimy walls before it went off to play somewhere more healthy. When they landed, Jiraiya made sure to engage every lock the dilapidated old ship had to offer, and even added a few security seals for good measure. He had no desire to wind up stranded here because of a simple thief. As he walked down the ramp, the smell in the air hit him like a bag of wet garbage. It went beyond mere odor. If he'd had a saw, Jiraiya thought he might have been able to cut chunks out of the air and use it as cheap building material. The smell wasn't even bad, necessarily. It might have been revolting, in normal quantities, but as it was, it defied such petty descriptors. He thought his hair might curl. And I thought this planet felt foul through the Force, he coughed. His lungs were having difficulty finding the oxygen amongst all the various exciting pollutants. Indeed. Will your tracking toad even be able to work in these conditions? Luminara asked, her voice slightly strained. He should, but he won't be happy about it. The tracker toads don't just work with scent. They also can track even the most minute chakra signatures across huge distances. If Aura is in this hemisphere, he should find her no problem, Jiraiya replied. He wasn't looking forward to whatever price the toads would demand for tracking a target in such a stench. The street was crowded with throngs of various beings of all shapes and sizes. Their disguises proved effective, though, and no one gave him a second glance. A few pairs of eyes followed Luminara appreciatively, but that was all. They were nothing but another anonymous pair in the crowd. It reminded Jiraiya of the times he'd infiltrated various hidden villages back on Tython. The familiarity only went so far, though. None of the hidden villages on Tython had ever had skies choked with a chaotic mess of speeders zipping back and forth. There was a suggestion of order within the madness, a few hints of proper air lanes here and there, but it was a far cry from the carefully managed airspace of Coruscant. In fact, everything about the cityscape put him in mind of a corrupted and decayed reflection of the Republic capital. Crowded walkways stretched in front of brightly lit storefronts. The towering buildings formed canyons of duracrete and glass that plunged towards the long-forgotten natural surface of the planet. Swarms of speeders darted through the air between the buildings, dodging each other and the myriad of sky bridges as they rushed to their destination. The drone of pedestrians and the roar of the speeder traffic combined into the auditory equivalent of a belt sander across his brain. In a way, it was impressive. He'd hardly been here 5 minutes, and he already ached to leave. There weren't many places in the galaxy with such a well-cultured atmosphere of noxious repellents. Once they were out of sight of the crowds wandering the street, he turned into a dark alley and threw up a simple ceiling barrier to hide their activities. Anyone watching would see only a slight haze and find their attention wandering elsewhere. Luminara kept watch anyway, though, while he bit his thumb and flipped through 5 well-practiced hand seals. Cookie Yos no Jutsu. White smoke billowed from where his hand struck the ground. Even before it cleared, he heard a gagging cough and a stream of profanity in Nihongo. Where the fuck did you summon me, Jiraiya? It smells like the inside of a dead man's asshole. The smoke cleared to reveal an irate-looking toad. He was about 20 centimeters tall, with dull purple skin and horny growths above his eyes. Said eyes were narrowed in anger as he covered his nostrils with one webbed hand. Jiraiya shrugged in embarrassment. You're as poetic as always, Gameru. Sorry about the smell, but I've got a job for you. A job? In this stink? Gameru crossed his arms and looked away. You're out of your mind. Jiraiya glanced over at Luminara, who gave him a barely perceptible shrug. Clearly, this was going to be his problem to solve. He thought for a moment before he lit on an idea. It was underhanded and petty, but he figured it would go hand in hand with their current surroundings. Ah well, he sighed. It's okay. I should have known you wouldn't be able to handle it. Hey, what do you mean, I can't dash? No, it's fine. I get it. It's too much for you. No shame in that. You can go back to MT Mayaboku now. I'll figure something else out. Gameru puffed up with indignation and jumped into the air to poke Jiraiya in the chest. Now you wait just a minute. I never said anything about not being able to do something. I can track anything, anywhere, anytime, and don't you go forgetting it. Now, what's this job you've got for me? Jiraiya very carefully didn't smirk. I need you to find someone. She's somewhere in this area, but we don't know where. Gameru frowned. Who's we? I am working with Jiraiya on this mission, Luminara said. It's good to meet you, Gameru. You're her. The one everyone's saying he's dash. Snake strike fast, Jiraiya reached down and flicked the chatty toad on the head, derailing a potentially dangerous conversation. Luminara arched an eyebrow, but he pretended not to see it. How about you just concentrate on finding your target, he said. Here, I've got a sample for you. He pulled out a scroll and unsealed the severed arm he'd recovered on Rago. Gameru eyed it distastefully. That's really gross, Jiraiya, he muttered as he sniffed it. After a few moments, he pointed down the alley. I've got something. She's this way. Follow me. He hopped off in the direction he'd pointed, and Jiraiya and Luminara set off after him. So, dare I ask what everyone is saying about me? She asked. He nearly tripped over his own feet. The toads are, notorious gossips. You shouldn't worry about anything they say. He couldn't see her face, but he could picture her expression of dry skepticism perfectly. Sure enough, he could practically hear the raised eyebrow and pointed look. And if I were to ask Gameru, would he support your claim of banality? Before he could answer, she strode past him and drew level with Gameru. He couldn't make out what she said to the toad, but the overly talkative little bastard promptly jumped up onto her shoulder. She reached up and scratched him on the head, much to his apparent pleasure. Jiraiya cursed under his breath and sped up to catch up to them. He caught up just in time to hear Gameru loudly respond to an apparent question. "Oh, that's easy. Everyone on MT Mayaboku knows he likes you." Time skipped a beat. Jiraiya could have strangled Gameru. Luminara, whose movements normally carried a grace to put galaxy-renowned dancers to shame, stumbled over nothing. She shot an unreadable glance his way before composing herself. "I see." She paused long enough for the silence to cuddle into awkwardness. Jiraiya cast about for something to say, but salvation came when she spoke again. "Well, we have a mission to complete. Let's get on with it then, shall we?" She walked off, Gameru still on her shoulder, giving directions. Jiraiya took a moment to marvel at his good fortune, or, at least, his current reprieve from an inquisition, before walking after them. Even with Sid having narrowed down the search area, it still took the better part of 6 hours for Gameru to lead them to where Aura was hiding. Fortunately, between the sheer diversity of sentient life in the galaxy and Nar Shada's general aversion to questions, a talking amphibian perched on a woman's shoulder went entirely unremarked upon. Jiraiya almost regretted how effective their anonymity was, though. A bit of excitement, even if it were something as simple as dodging some awkward questions or losing a tail, would have done wonders to alleviate the faint tension that Gameru had inadvertently visited upon them. As it was, Luminara very carefully didn't mention what the toad had said, which had precisely the opposite effect of taking anyone's mind off it. However, each time he even came close to broaching the subject, she steered the conversation away. As they got closer to wherever Gameru was leading them, though, their idle chit-chat dwindled, and a more focused mood prevailed. Gameru directed them down through level after level, each one worse than the last. The frantic rush of speeders and airbuses tapered off until the air above them contained nothing but pollution and the occasional rusting transport. With every step they took, the streets grew dirtier, the light dimmer, and the crowds sparser. What few beings remained on the street were mostly given to lurking furtively in shadows and giving hard stares at anyone who passed. Everyone was visibly armed. In places like this, going around unarmed was simply a complicated way of committing suicide. It seemed, when it came to bolt holes, Aura Singh believed in the deep, dark, and dank approach. Jiraiya took careful note of the labyrinth of side alleys and tunnel entrances as he walked. If Aura bolted, he didn't want to be stumbling around like an idiot. He pushed every one of his senses to the limit, and he knew Luminara was doing the same. Aura was well known for her prowess as a sniper, and there were far too many dark windows and shadowed rooftops around for comfort. Fortunately, it seemed their approach had gone unnoticed. Gameru stopped them outside a dingy-looking warehouse, apparently no different from the dozen or so other dingy buildings that lined the street. The toad evidently disagreed, though, and nodded subtly as they passed it. "That's the one," he whispered. "No doubt. She's in there, and she's alone, too." "Good job," Jiraiya whispered back. "I owe you, Gameru. Don't leave yet. Wait till we're out of sight." He took the lead and made sure they were well past Aurora's safe house before he subtly signaled Luminara to follow him into a cramped alley. The light strips above had long since failed, and the shadows lay thick and impenetrable between the two buildings. Once he was sure they were invisible, he cancelled Gameru's summons, and the toad vanished back to his home dimension. "I assume you have a plan," Luminara said. There was nothing but focused professionalism in her voice now. He nodded and pointed up. "I didn't see any security on the rooftops. We'll approach from above and take her down before she can react. I don't want to give her any chance to set off a trap or bolt on us." It was a simple plan, but easily adaptable. There were too many unknowns for anything more complex, and he preferred to limit the intricacies of his plans, anyway. In his experience, too many moving parts made for an abundance of potential failure points. "Very well. We should move, then. The longer we are here, the more likely we will be discovered." As usual, it amazed Luminara how a man of Jiraiya's impressive height and build could move with such utter stealth. His henge had not significantly changed his bulk, yet, even without his invisibility jutsu, he melted into the shadows like a scrap of fog. If she hadn't known he was there, she might have walked within half a meter of him and never realized it. Her own skills in avoiding detection had improved significantly over the past few years of training with him, but she still doubted if she could disappear so quickly and completely. He had been right about the lack of security on the roof. She assumed Aura preferred to rely on the secrecy of her hideout's location to protect her, rather than more overt, and visible, security measures. In most circumstances, she would have been right to do so. Luminara had encountered nothing quite like Gameru's tracking abilities before. Even Quinlan would have been hard-pressed to locate Aura so quickly on such a crowded planet. For a moment, the thought of Gameru drew her mind back to what he'd said about Jiraiya and his feelings for her. She squashed that train of thought before it could go anywhere, though. There would be time to contemplate it later, but not now. Now, there was a mission to complete and a murderous psychopath to apprehend. Once they were on the roof of Aura's hiding spot, Jiraiya held up a hand and they both stopped. He pointed directly below his feet. "She's right here," he whispered. "I can hear her heartbeat." She nodded and stretched out with her force senses. It took a subtle touch to ensure Singh didn't notice her scan, but she had always been good with fine control. Sure enough, she could feel a twisted knot of rage and bile that could only be Aura Singh. Just brushing against the madwoman's force presence was like dipping her hand in a septic pool, vile and corrosive. Jiraiya slapped a sealing tag of some sort into the roof and backed away a few meters. She followed him, wary of what the seal might do. Between him and Naruto, she'd seen seals cause everything from explosions to death traps to really big explosions. It paid not to be near them when they activated, if one was fond of one's limbs. Once she was a safe distance away, he held up a hand and counted down from 5. She readied her lightsaber and braces for whatever came next. When he reached 0, he held up a single half-ram hand seal and pulsed his chakra. The seal on the tag unfurled and spread across a 2-meter-wide section of the roof. There was a brief distortion in the air, as if space itself were being sucked into a whirlpool, a faint thwirp sound, and the seal, along with the section of roof, vanished, leaving a perfectly circular 2-meter opening. She moved the moment the roof vanished and jumped through the newly made hole, Jiraiya a half-step behind her. They both dropped their henges and connected to the force as they dropped. The first thing she saw when she landed was Aura Singh, rolling clumsily off a mattress. The assassin had apparently been sleeping when they breached the ceiling, but her reactions remained razor-sharp. She already had a blaster in hand, aimed squarely at Luminara's face. Luminara flicked her lightsaber on just in time to deflect the first 3 shots back at Aura's feet, sending her diving for cover. "Carking Jedi." Aura's voice dripped with hatred and more than just a hint of madness. "Come to feed me to your monster. Just you wait. I'll show you what a real monster looks like." She popped up from behind a locker of some sort, blaster already raised, but Luminara was ready for her. With a sharp yank through the force she tugged the blaster out of Aura's hand. Before the assassin could do more than curse, Jiraiya appeared in front of her. Her own force precognition must have given her a warning, because she managed to just barely dodge his initial blow. That was when she made a crucial mistake, though, and tried to fight him hand to hand. A vibro knife appeared in her hand so fast Luminara didn't even spot where she'd pulled it from, and she stabbed straight at Jiraiya's throat. Luminara wasn't quite able to tell what happened next. There was a complicated moment, a few ugly crunching sounds, a scream of pain, and then Aura Singh was lying on the ground with Jiraiya's knee pressed between her shoulder blades. He had one arm twisted behind her back, an arm sporting a broken wrist and a dislocated elbow. Clearly, he hadn't felt any need to coddle the assassin when disarming her. Luminara looked on in ambivalence. As far as she was concerned, Aura was lucky to have gotten off so lightly. Now that the fight was over, she got a better look at the woman. Even in the dingy half-light of the warehouse, the evidence of her encounter with Naruto was clear. 3 half-healed claw marks marred her left cheek. The bright red gashes stretched from the bottom of her left ear to her chin. The flesh around the lacerations had bubbled and cracked, as if the cuts had been filled with acid. No doubt a result of the poisonous chakra that must have contaminated the wounds. She was lucky not to have lost an eye, or even her entire lower jaw. The wounds looked painful, and they would definitely scar, but Luminara didn't think she would have any long-term impairment. Her other injury was not so superficial, however. Where once she'd had a flesh and blood left arm, she now spotted a robotic prosthetic. The replacement limb was crude and ugly, and the skin was swollen and discolored where it attached to the stump of her old arm. I'm surprised she had even been able to move, let alone shoot and fight, Luminara thought. The pain must have been excruciating. Pain didn't seem to be high on Aura's list of concerns, though. Despite her mangled right arm and Jiraiya's restraining hold, she continued to struggle and rave. She kept yelling about monsters and Jedi and blood, liberally interspersed with curses and creative threats. Her eyes burned with hate, and with the wild fury of a rabid animal. Whether from the pain or the trauma of fighting Naruto after he lost control, Aura's mind had clearly blown a fuse. Get off me, criffing Jedi. Die. Aura's eyes burned yellow, and her signature in the Force flared into an open wound. The locker she had hidden behind flung itself at Jiraiya's head. Before it got within half a meter of him, though, Luminara felt his presence open up into a vast, calm lake. His focused power swiftly overwhelmed Aura's hate-driven flailing, and the flying locker froze in midair. Well, that's no way to treat guests, Miss Singh, he said casually, as if discussing the weather. I'd hoped we could have a polite discussion. Oh well. Despite his even tone, his face told the real story. There was no humor there, just cold focus and tightly leashed fury. It was the same mixture of emotions she felt herself. Aura kept on struggling until Jiraiya slapped a small seal onto the back of her neck. The moment it activated, she stiffened, and her face twisted into a rictus of horror. Her presence in the Force vanished. What did you just do to me? She screamed, eyes rolling in desperation. What did you do? Give it back. Give it back. Don't be so noisy, Jiraiya said as he hauled her to her feet. I just sealed off your connection to the Force. We can't have you pulling any more stunts like that, can we? Aura sagged when she heard what he'd said, and even Luminara felt a faint prickle of horror at such a seal. I don't doubt she deserves it, but I can't imagine being cut off from the Force like that. It would be like having my eyes gouged out. She quickly shook off her discomfort and focused on the task at hand. All the fight seemed to have drained out of Aura without the Force to draw on for strength. From the way she was standing, she'd been channeling the dark side to push through the pain of her injuries. Now cut off, it looked as if she could barely stay on her feet. Luminara tilted her head back to look into her eyes. Aura Singh, in the name of the Republic Senate, you are under arrest for murder, attempted murder, treason, terrorism, kidnapping, extortion, assault, theft, and espionage. We have some questions for you. Aura spat on her shoes. What are you gonna do, Jedi? Feed me to that demon, huh? Her eyes lost focus. Gonna get that monster. Gonna have so much fun with all those little brats. Where is he? Where are you keeping him? Luminara glanced at Jiraiya. Previous reports on Aura had painted her as sadistic, even psychotic, but not like this. Not detached from reality. Something was wrong. It's probably her wounds, he said in response to her silent query. The Kyuubi's chakra can have some nasty side effects. I'm surprised she's still conscious. Keep trying. Luminara pursed her lips and reached out with the Force. Normally, she'd never even bother trying a mind trick on someone like Aura Singh. Force sensitives, in general, were resistant to such mental manipulation, and one with Aura's training would typically be all but immune to such coercion. Now, however, she was cut off from the Force, badly injured, and half-crazed to boot. Luminara was willing to bet she would be far more susceptible than normal. Typically, she was hesitant to use the mind trick at all, but Aura was no ordinary criminal. She felt no guilt at all in coercing her with the Force, and so she pushed on her mind while waving a hand in front of her face. Who hired you to kill Naruto Uzumaki? Despite her weakened state, Aura put up an impressive fight against the mind trick. She growled and thrashed as the suggestion wormed into her mind, but still she refused to speak. Luminara pushed harder. You will tell me who hired you to kill Naruto Uzumaki. Grag. Aura shook her head, but words still escaped her clenched jaw. Criffing bastard. Summoning me to Mustafar like some animal. Should have killed that reptile slime. Kill him. Kill the demon, no. Get out of my head. Only me in my head. No one else. Not again. No one. She screamed and writhed in Jiraiya's grip, heedless of her injuries, spittle flying everywhere. Her eyes rolled up in her head, and her breath came in harsh gasps. Luminara withdrew from her mind hurriedly, and Aura went limp. Jiraiya had to keep her from collapsing when her legs buckled. "What was that?" he asked. "She tried to fight my mind trick. It can put a lot of strain on the mind. With the stress from everything else, it must have been too much." She glanced at Aura, who hung panting and barely conscious. The blood vessels in her temple stood out prominently, and sweat dripped from her brow. She mentioned Mustafar, and reptile slime. "You're thinking Black Sun." When she looked at him quizzically, he shrugged. "Give me some credit. I've been studying the major players in the galactic underworld ever since I joined the Order. Black Sun is controlled by the Fallen, and it's an open secret in certain circles that their headquarters are on Mustafar." She nodded. "It makes sense. Naruto foiled their attempt to seize power on Naboo, not to mention a half-dozen smaller schemes over the past few years. It also explains why Aura ran straight for the heart of Hutt space when she failed her mission. Black Sun has no presence here. The Hutts would never allow it. They'll be looking for her. Black Sun does not tolerate failure." Aura shuddered and moaned before falling slack once more. Jiraiya felt her pulse and checked her eyes. "Is she going to be alright? We need more information. It's too risky to interrogate her more here. We need to get her to the temple. The mind healers there can help us interrogate her without destroying her mind." Jiraiya grimaced and nodded. "Well, I suppose my day wouldn't be complete if I didn't drag a vicious murderer through the streets of one of the most dangerous planets in the galaxy while trying to maintain a disguise." He pulled out a roll of ninja wire and bound Aura's hands behind her back. "If she tries to escape and I have to break her legs, you get to carry her. I'm sure you can manage to subdue an already crippled woman a third your size without resorting to such barbarism," she shot back, but her heart wasn't in it. In truth, she was no more eager than Jiraiya to risk the long trek back to their ship with Aura in tow, but she didn't see any other choice. She refused to risk permanently damaging Aura's mind with further interrogation in an uncontrolled environment. It would be immoral, and would compromise any further investigation into Aura's crimes. Nevertheless, she would be pleased to see the back of Nar Shada. "Well, let's get going," Jiraiya said. He pushed Aura ahead of him, and she stumbled forward on unsteady legs. "Keep your eyes open. I have a bad feeling about this." The trek back to their ship took Jiraiya and Luminara even longer than the walk to the hideout, given the additional task of escorting a semi-coherent Aura Singh. Passing unseen while transporting a prisoner was out of the question, but she was too recognizable a figure to risk anyone spotting her with them. As such, Luminara spent the entire time using the Force to misdirect people's attention away from them, while Jiraiya focused on keeping their prisoner from escaping. Being cut off from the Force had robbed her of most of her fight, but she had still made 4 attempts so far to stab him in the kidneys, and another 6 to slip down various alleys, presumably pre-planned escape routes. Even without the Force, or intact arms, she remained a deadly foe. Fortunately, aside from her brief moments of violent lucidity, she spent most of the walk in a spaced-out daze, muttering to herself about blood and demons and other grisly topics. Luminara had it worse. The effort of hiding them in plain sight from thousands of people for nearly 8 hours showed clearly on her face. Her skin glistened with sweat, and the few strands of her hair that escaped her headdress were plastered to her forehead. Her eyes were bloodshot and dull with exhaustion. She didn't complain, but he could see the strain in every panting breath and forced step. The mix of power and control involved in subtlety affecting the minds of everyone around them was remarkable, and he hated that he wasn't yet skilled enough with the Force to help her bear the burden. All he could do was project strength and resolve to help bolster her own. They walked in silence, so she could maintain her concentration, and stopped only for brief periods to eat a couple ration bars and drink some water. Every time they took a break, Jiraiya shifted restlessly until they got moving again. Nar Shada was not a place he wanted to stand still, and he couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger he'd had ever since they'd tracked down Aura. At last, it seemed their efforts paid off. As they approached the entrance to the hangar where their ship was docked, Jiraiya allowed himself a measure of relief. It seemed he'd been worried for nothing. The whole mission had gone perfectly. Naturally, that was when everything went wrong. As Naruto approached the doorway to the temple entrance hall, the stone block automatically slid back into the ceiling. After so long in the cave, even the dusty half-light of the entrance hall stood service for the noonday sun. When he emerged, blinking, from the tunnel, he saw Mace sitting on the floor, waiting for him. His master looked tired, but he could feel the happiness and relief through their bond. He stood and moved forward to greet Naruto. "It is good to see you back, Padawan. Did you find balance?" Naruto hesitated before answering. "I'm not sure, master. I think I'm working on it." "Oh. I learned something, or maybe I figured something out. I didn't like it, but it was something I needed to know." Mace looked at him expectantly. "And what was this you learned?" Naruto grinned under his mask and scratched the back of his head. "That the universe might not revolve around me." At first, Mace just stared at him, expressionless. He could feel the amusement bubbling up below the surface, though, and sure enough, a genuine smile broke through Mace's near-constant reserve. The man even laughed. It was more of a grunt really, or a bark, but it was the most overt sign of humor Naruto had ever seen from the man, and he couldn't help but join in. It felt like there had been steel bands wrapped around his chest, and only now could he finally breathe again. "Well, that is an excellent lesson to learn, and you have come to it sooner than most." Mace clapped him on the shoulder and squeezed. "I'm proud of you. Few Jedi have to face such a trial at your age, and fewer still would rise to it as you have." Naruto gave him his biggest eye smile and bowed. "Thanks, master, but we'd probably better get out of here," he said, thinking of the Kyuubi. He could feel his impatience to test if his modification to the seal had worked. If he was being honest with himself, he was eager to test it as well. It was the most ambitious he'd ever been with sealing so far, and part of him still wasn't sure if he'd gotten everything right. Mace must have picked up on his impatience, but he didn't ask him about it. "You are right. No doubt Master Faye is growing impatient, waiting for us out in the cold. Can she even get impatient?" Mace considered the question for a moment. "I am not sure." He gave Naruto a pointed look. "Do you want to be the one who finds out?" Naruto grimaced and shook his head. Faye may have been the very picture of Jedi serenity and calm, but there was something about her. Maybe it was her age, maybe it was her power, maybe it was something else entirely. Whatever it was, every instinct told him she was not a woman to cross, even accidentally. The fact she was a devout pacifist did nothing to quell the feeling. If anything, it made her far more terrifying. She wielded words and expressions the way lesser beings wielded blasters and grenades. To compound matters, she was a healer, and Tsunade had left him with a very healthy respect for that profession. Anyone who knew how to put your body back together also knew how to take it apart, and that was knowledge to be wary of. He liked Master Faye. She'd been nothing but kind and understanding with him ever since he'd woken up in the hospital on Anshan. He really wanted that state of affairs to continue. Through their bond, he sensed Mace's sentiments echoed his own. "Indeed," the older man said, and gestured towards the exit. "Together, then." Naruto straightened his shoulders and walked to stand next to his master. Together. As one, they reached out to the force and triggered the mechanism to raise the temple. Like before, it took both of them working in unison to activate the ancient force lock. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the whole room rumbled and slowly rose. Dust sprinkled from the ceiling and bedrock slated past the doorway until the sun flooded the room. He must have been in the cave longer than he'd thought if night had already come and gone. Naruto squinted as his eyes watered in the sudden brilliance. The sting was worth it, though, for the warmth that accompanied the light. It brushed away the chilly cobwebs that permeated the bones of the temple. As he stepped out into the brisk dawn air, the smell of Lithal's ubiquitous grassland filled his nose and the icy fingers of a morning breeze ruffled his hair. Deep within his mind, he heard a sharp, rumbling intake of breath, as if a great pair of bellows had been pumped. The seal on his stomach tingled with a faint warmth, and he could have sworn he sensed a mix of surprise and happiness that wasn't his coming from within him. "So the new seal works, huh?" he thought, directing the question inward. A surly grunt was the only response, but it was enough. He smiled beneath his mask. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Master Faye was still where they had left her, standing a little ways away from the temple. She was facing the rising sun, her eyes closed, and might have passed for a statue if not for the warm glow of her Force signature. A pair of loth cats were curled around her feet, and another had draped itself across her shoulders. They hadn't taken more than 2 steps out of the temple before she turned around. She smiled when she saw them, and the loth cats ran forward to nuzzle at Naruto's legs. He reached down and scratched them behind the ears, eliciting purrs like passing starliners. Faye laughed softly at the feline's antics. "How good of you to join me for the sunrise. You two look well for having spent the night in a cave, far from the refreshing open air." The icy rime coating the grass and rocks left no doubt as to just how refreshing the night had been. She didn't seem annoyed, though, just teasing. "So, Naruto, seeing as you are neither dead nor insane, I assume you found some measure of success in the temple." Her smile faded, and she gave him one of her disconcertingly perceptive looks. "Do you have an answer for me?" "Yes, Master. I thought about it, and I don't hate him. I can't." Faye tilted her head. "Him? It sounds like you did more down there than just think. Dare I ask?" "Well, I talked with the Kyuubi, and I realized he's not as evil as I used to think. He just wants freedom, and I can't really blame him for that. We came to an understanding, more or less." "An understanding? What aren't you saying, Padawan?" Mace asked. He'd always had a talent for telling when he was leaving something out. Naruto winced. "Well, I may have. Altered thasiel to jave him access to mijon sesandog read talathim free beforidi." A chorus of blinking was the only initial response to his rapid-fire answer. Faye laughed, but Mace gave him a flat stare and he chuckled sheepishly. "Sorry." He took a deep breath and started over. "I altered the seal to give him access to my senses, and I agreed to set him free before I die." As it turned out, saying it such that the two masters could understand him didn't help matters. Mace took on the blank expression that he'd learned meant he was so surprised he didn't know how to react. Faye's smile stayed in place, but the rest of her face seemed to draw away from it, leaving it alone to fend for itself. Naruto braced himself for the incoming lectures. It didn't help when he heard deep laughter in his head. "Oh, sure, laugh it up, why don't you? I thought you were back to ignoring me. I'd feared that seeing the world through your eyes, hearing you prattle on, would prove a greater torment than my isolation. But this is entertainment at its finest. I get to watch you make a fool of yourself whenever I wish." Naruto felt a vein in his temple throb. "I'm not that bad, ya dem furball. Ha ha ha. It's like watching a bunny hop into a bandsaw." Repeatedly. Before he could wander further down the labyrinth of back-and-forth insults that was a conversation with the fox, Mace prodded him through the bond and demanded his attention. "Naruto, you altered the seal." His shock had abated, and a fierce intensity had taken its place. "You made a deal with the Kyuubi." Naruto squared his shoulders and looked his master dead in the eye. "Yes, I did." "Tell me everything," Mace ordered. It wasn't an angry order, such as Naruto had often heard when he'd broken one rule too many, nor was it worried, like when he made a mistake in battle that nearly cost him. No, it was calm, in the way glaciers are calm, and every bit as inevitable. He nodded and started talking. As always, Mace listened without interruption. Even when he talked about his newfound empathy for the fox, his master didn't so much as twitch. Faye, too, sat quietly as the words poured forth. Their silence became a void he sought to fill. All the while, he could feel the Kyuubi's amusement in the back of his head. Apparently, his fumbling attempts to explain his rather impulsive actions were every bit as amusing to the fox as his blurted confession had been. "Hey, I guess laughter is better than death threats," he thought to himself. When he finished, Mace said nothing and stared at him intently for several seconds. Eventually, well after his gaze had become unnerving, he nodded and relaxed. "Very well." Naruto nearly fell over from mental whiplash. "Wait, that's it? I thought you were upset." He'd known when he did it that Mace wouldn't approve of his cavalier approach to the seal on his stomach. He'd been prepared to defend his decision, no matter what. What he had not been prepared for was Mace just accepting it, no questions asked. "Naruto, Eventually you are going to believe me when I say I trust you, Mace said. I have trusted you with my life and the lives of millions of innocents before. That trust has not changed. Your relationship with the Kyuubi is, as far as I am concerned, no one's business but your own. If you say that you have made a deal, and that you trust him to uphold his side of the bargain, then I believe you. If you want my advice, I will give it to you. If you wish for me to hold my tongue, I will do so. All I ask is that you keep me updated with any further developments. Naruto gaped beneath his mask at his master's words. He had to squash the urge to hug the man. Mace was not the sort to appreciate physical gestures of their friendship. Instead, he packed all his gratitude and happiness into a sort of mental package and sent it along their training bond. Thank you, Master. Mace nodded almost imperceptibly. You are welcome, Naruto, he replied the same way. It was very compassionate of you to make such an accord with the Kyuubi, Faye added. Her soft voice was warmer than he'd ever heard it. Recognizing injustice, even when we ourselves have been wronged, and correcting, takes true strength. It is the mark of a great Jedi, and I am very proud to see you uphold your ideals so well. I thank you. Praise from Faye didn't strike quite the same personal chord as did praise from his master, but it still moved him to have the support of the wise healer. Of course, you will still have to inform Jiraiya of how you meddled with the seal, Mace added before he could say anything else. I'm sure he will have his own opinions on the matter. The joy left Naruto like air from a ruptured starship. He shivered in anticipation of his godfather's reaction. I'm doomed, he groaned. May the Force be with you. Mace's voice and face were the very image of dignity and seriousness, but Naruto could sense the dry humor behind his stern facade. He supposed it was the least he deserved for springing something like this on him so suddenly. If you've finished tormenting your apprentice, Master Windu, I suggest we get moving, Faye said drily. My ship is a far more comfortable venue for conversation than this, and I'm sure Naruto's friends are eager to see him again. Naruto perked up at the thought of seeing Ahsoka and the others again. Can I fly the ship? Faye pursed her lips. Well, I suppose I did say something to that effect, didn't I? However, it occurs to me that this venture must have seriously disrupted your training. I'm sure Master Windu had things he was planning to work on with you. Is that right? Naruto waved his arms. No, I'm sure everything is dash. Actually, Master Faye, I was just thinking the same thing, Mace said, much to his dismay. I wanted to work on your situational awareness this week. You still rely too much on your eyes and ears over the Force. A Jedi must make use of all their senses equally. In fact, there is an exercise my master used to have me do which I think would work perfectly here. Naruto sighed in defeat. There was no escape, not now that they'd ganged up on him. The more he tried to wriggle out of it, the worse it would be for him. What is it? A race against the clock. You have to get back to the Dawnwind in 3 hours. If you do, then you can fly back to Coruscant. If not, you will spend the whole trip meditating on impulsiveness. He blinked in surprise. 3 hours? That was nothing. He could make it back to the ship in a third of that time without trouble. Wait. That is too easy. That means... Without touching the grass, Mace continued. You'll have to leap from rock to rock the whole way. If memory serves, that should just be possible. Naruto nodded miserably. He'd been right. It had been too good to be true. Oh, and you'll be blindfolded. He couldn't even find words. Faye was definitely laughing at him behind her serene expression. In a way, he was impressed. It wasn't often his master played a joke on him, but when he did, he was as ruthlessly effective as he was in every other aspect of his life. That's a little extreme, isn't it? He asked. A tiny smile tugged at Mace's lips for a moment as he tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve to use as a blindfold. You are a senior Padawan now. The youngest senior Padawan in centuries, I might add. Get used to it. 2 hours and 56 minutes later, a bruised and panting Naruto stumbled up the boarding ramp of Faye's yacht. He tore the blindfold from his face and rushed into the warm interior of the ship. Mace and Faye were already waiting for him when he got there. Congratulations, Padawan, Mace said. You made it with 4 minutes to spare. Naruto just nodded and sank into the nearest chair. The race hadn't been the most exhausting exercise his master had ever assigned him, not by a long shot, but it hadn't been a walk in the park, either. He'd had to use the Force constantly for almost 3 hours, to navigate back to the ship, to sense where he had to jump, and for the jumps themselves. Some of the rocks had been over 100 meters apart. It had been like playing 2 different games of Dirge simultaneously, while also performing an intense workout. His legs burned and his brain felt like the inside of an old boot. Despite that, though, he'd enjoyed it. After a week of recovery and meditation, of endlessly living in his own head, the simple joy of facing a challenge and overcoming it was as refreshing as a dip in a cool, clear spring. Not only that, but he had a prize to collect. "I'm going to get cleaned up, masters, then we can take off." As he walked to the refresher, he looked back at the two of them. "I look forward to seeing just what your ship can do, Master Faye." She didn't react, but Mace winced ever so slightly. Naruto chuckled to himself as he left. After a quick sonic shower and a change of clothes, he headed up to the cockpit and prepped the ship for takeoff. Just before he launched, he saw something through the viewport, out on the plains. It looked like an enormous wolf, with a white loth cat sitting on its head. The two creatures stared right at him, as if they could see through the transparent steel and into his soul. The Force flowed around them in a way he'd never felt before. It was as though they were an extension of the planet itself. He got the sense that something more than just a pair of animals was watching him, though he couldn't say what. Whatever the case, he didn't have a chance to dig deeper. After a few seconds, the wolf creature turned and vanished into the grass, and the strange feeling in the Force disappeared along with it. When he mentioned it to Faye, she only shrugged. "It sounds as if it could have been a loth wolf. They're commonly thought to be extinct, but I've heard rumors some still survive. There are stories that say loth wolves had a deep connection to the Force, and to the origin of the temple here." The temple. Indeed. Supposedly the site of the temple predates the Jedi by millennia. No one knows the whole story, but the Jedi artisans who built the temple wrote that they merely added to an existing structure. Records are sparse, but they suggest an earlier sect of Force users had a shrine on that spot, and that loth wolves were significant to them in some way. All I know for sure is that there is more to the temple than what you saw. It only grants you access to what you need, though, and no one is sure how deep the structure goes. I wouldn't dwell on it. If the Force has something to tell you, you'll know. For now, focus on getting us back to Coruscant. Preferably without too much fancy flying. He smirked, even though she could not see it. "No promises, Master. No promises." Usage Ventress was not a patient woman. Waiting did not come naturally to her. She was no ambush predator, content to lurk in the shadows until some vulnerable morsel came along. No, she would much rather run her prey to ground and revel in the fight, in the kill. All her life, she'd believed hiding was for the weak. However, her master had ordered her to wait, and that was the end of the matter. She dared not disobey her master. Mercy was also for the weak, and Count Dooku was not weak. Not at all. She had the scars to remind her, in case she ever forgot. Behind her, a hulking figure stepped out of the shadows. The Gotham commandos shifted uneasily as it walked by. Despite its bulk, the figure made no sound when it moved. "How long?" Its voice was heavily modulated, and sounded like gravel being crushed. There was no emotion in that voice. She closed her eyes and stretched out her Force senses. The two Jedi she'd been sent to follow hadn't bothered to hide their Force signatures once they'd grabbed Aura. They weren't even on the lookout for someone trying to find them with the Force. Typical Jedi arrogance, assuming that they were the only Force users around. Her master was right. Centuries of peace had left the Order fat, lazy, and complacent, a withered shadow of its once vaunted self. That was the great trap of the so-called light side of the Force. Now, that trap would close around their throats. "Not long," she said. "Perhaps an hour. Get in position." The figure said nothing, but melted back into the shadows like smoke. There was no obvious sign when it left, but she suddenly noticed the absence of a presence she hadn't even realized she'd felt. Despite herself, Usage grimaced. She hadn't known what to expect when Dooku said she would meet a contact of his on Nar Shada, but it certainly hadn't been this. How her master had won the loyalty of such a being, she had no idea, but even she found him slightly unsettling. He hadn't said more than 20 words the whole time, but he gave the impression of restraining from killing everyone he saw only with immense difficulty. It was enough to put even her on edge, though she would kill anyone who dared suggest it. Despite his emotionless demeanor, he was undoubtedly skilled, and he'd taken the job without question. She looked forward to seeing him in action. The time passed slowly, each moment dripping by with staccato monotony. She ground her teeth at the relentless waiting. It was torture, being able to sense her prey, but not chasing them down. Worse was knowing she wouldn't even be able to enjoy the fight. Dooku had been very explicit in his orders. She was to grab Singh, let them see and sense her, and then exfiltrate immediately. The Jedi were to survive. Rage bubbled in her gut at the thought of leaving Jedi alive on purpose. She was better than them, and it was time she proved it. Soon, she told herself as she clamped down on that traitorous thought. Soon we won't need to hide anymore, and when that day comes, legions of Jedi will lie dead at my feet. He promised me. Another platoon of sullen minutes trudged by before she felt her targets get close. It was strange, though. The two Jedi shone clear as day, or at least the day on a less polluted world, but she couldn't sense Singh at all. She knew the assassin was with them, her probe droid had confirmed it, but it was as though Aura Singh had ceased to exist in the Force. There were several methods of preventing a Force-sensitive prisoner from using their powers, from Force-suppressing drugs to Sith-binding monocles to certain Force fields. Even simple stun cuffs could manage it, if properly calibrated. However, all of those methods worked by disrupting the victim's focus, so they couldn't concentrate long enough to manipulate the Force. What's more, they were either unreliable, in the case of drugs, force fields, and stun binders, or required exceedingly rare items, such as ancient Sith restraints or Mandalorian sarcophagi. She'd never heard of a way to cut someone off from the Force completely, such that no one could even sense them. The prospect was sickening. The Force was the source of her power. It was what made her better than the mewling throngs of lesser beings. It was everything. The thought of losing it terrified her more than anything Dooku had ever done to her. She allowed that fear to fill her, and let it kindle into anger. She would never let such a thing happen to her. The heady mix of rage and terror pumped through her system like a drug, sharpening her focus and fueling her strength. Her fingers itched to grasp her lightsabers and her blood burned with energy. She fed the rush, building her anger and bloodlust into a pyre of the dark side, until she felt as if she might burst from the power coursing under her skin. The world exploded into crystal clarity, and she sensed the time had come. Now! She cried into her comlink, and the trap slammed shut. Jiraiya was less than 50 meters from the doors to the hangar when he felt it. The constant prickling sense of danger he'd been feeling in the Force ever since they'd set out for Nar Shada spiked into a dozen klaxons blaring in his head. His lightsaber flew into his hand almost of its own accord, and he flicked the activation stud without a second thought. The mouth of the carved toad snapped open and the emerald blade surged into life. The sudden noise and light drew the attention of everyone on the street, but he didn't have time to worry about that. "Get down!" he roared. It was all he had a chance to say before a volley of blaster fire took up all his concentration. Screams of terror and pain echoed off the buildings as people ran from the sudden rain of death. Speeder horns blared as their pilots veered out of the way of the sudden war zone. The chaos was so much white noise to Jiraiya, though, as he immersed himself in the Force. Next to him, he saw Luminara's blade sweeping through the air and felt her draw on the Force for energy. With one hand, he grabbed Aura by the back of her neck and shoved her behind him. Whatever the reason for this attack, if she got killed, then their entire mission would have been for nothing. It only took him a moment to locate the source of the shots. Across the chasm that separated one block of skyscrapers from the adjacent one, he could just make out a dozen or so small figures crouched in the shadows of an empty landing platform. They would have been completely invisible if not for the flickering glow of their blaster rifles. "On that platform," he said. 1 o'clock, 200 meters. "I see them," Luminara grunted as she somehow parried 3 shots at once. "We're too exposed here. Get to the ship. I'll cover you. There was no time to argue. He was closest to Aura, and getting her safely to Coruscant was the most important thing right now. Besides, Luminara would probably have castrated him if he suggested she go first just because she was tired. He grabbed Aura by the shoulder and dragged her with him while Luminara moved to block any incoming fire. A few bolts snuck by her defense, but they impacted harmlessly against the pavement. With the force reinforcing his muscles, he covered the 5-meter gap to the hangar in 2 seconds, even while dragging Aura behind him like a sock puppet. Once he was through the door, Luminara fell back towards his position, blocking incoming blaster bolts the whole time. He ached to rush out and help her, but that would mean leaving their prisoner to her own devices, and he couldn't risk it. For what felt like hours, she walked backwards, fending off an ever-growing onslaught of fire, until she finally stepped through the door and behind cover. As soon as she was in the hangar, he grabbed Aura and they sprinted towards the ship. "I'll get the engines started," she shouted. "You secure Aura in the hold. If we hurry, we'll dash boom." A wall of light and sound filled the massive hangar when an explosion tore the dilapidated Rigger-class freighter apart. The force of the blast felt like a blow from Gamabunta and laid them all out flat. Jiraiya's senses gave up under the sudden overload of heat and pain. The universe shut off for a timeless moment, where there was nothing but darkness and silence. Random thoughts wandered around his head like drunken vagrants after the bars closed, kicking at his skull and vandalizing his neurons. It had been a while since he'd been caught in an explosion, and he always forgot how disorienting it was. Reality trickled back one sense at a time. First, he noticed a ringing in his ears, which then drew his attention to how much his head throbbed, right along with the rest of him. Light returned to his life a moment later, revealing a blur of colors and shapes. Everything was indistinct, but he could just make out a group of shadowy figures approaching through the smoke. His instincts screamed at him to get up, that he was in danger. Time was moving like chilled tar, but with an effort of will, he wrenched his mind back into sync with the rest of the world. Old, ingrained reactions took over, and he staggered to his feet. Adrenaline took a whetstone to his senses, and the world sharpened into painful clarity. When it did, he noticed several things simultaneously. 1. Luminara was still struggling to her feet. He couldn't see how badly she was injured, but there was a smear of blood where she had been lying. 2. The explosion looked to have rendered Aura unconscious. In a way, that was fortunate, as it meant one less variable to consider. The last thing he needed was her trying to escape while he dealt with their attackers. Third was that the bomb which had destroyed their ship had also ripped a hole in the hangar wall, letting in the noise of the endless air traffic outside. Finally, he noticed the figures he'd seen through the smoke. 5 of them were small and reptilian, less than 1.5 meters tall, with wrinkled blue and green skin, stubby limbs, and bulbous eyes. He thought they might be Gossams. Each of them was clad in high-end tactical gear and carrying blaster rifles. That on its own would have been concerning enough, but it was the lead figure who captured most of his attention. Unlike her compatriots, she was tall, with humanoid proportions. Very female proportions at that. Her physical appearance was a mere backdrop to her presence in the Force, though. Jiraiya had felt all manner of beings in the Force since Yoda had taken him as a Padawan, from charitable doctors to corrupt senators to psychotic murderers, but this was the first time he'd ever encountered a true Darksider. Whoever she was, she radiated icy hatred and cruelty like a star did heat. Even Aura hadn't stank of such concentrated malice, though if that was due to her weakened condition or her limited training, he didn't know. It reminded him strongly of Orochimaru's chakra, though perhaps not quite so foul. He wasn't sure who these people were or why they were attacking them, but the presence of a trained Darksider spoke to much more than some local gang war. He took in everything in a second and made a decision. For the moment, curiosity took a backseat to his wariness, and he moved to guard the still-dazed Luminara, and not a moment too soon, either. The Gossams opened fire the instant he moved, and suddenly his blade was the only thing between his partner and a violent death. As it turned out, that was exactly what their attackers were counting on. The Darksider raised a hand, and Aura's semi-conscious form slid across the floor towards her. Jiraiya was too preoccupied with guarding Luminara to notice until she was already out of reach. Damn it, he swore as he batted away another flurry of blaster fire. Whoever the shooters were, they were exceedingly skilled. He didn't have the attention to spare while he defended Luminara, and there was no way he could leave her to die for the sake of a piece of shit like Aurra Sing. Fortunately, the decision quickly became a lot simpler. "Press forward," he heard from behind him. When he risked a glance, he saw Luminara rising to her feet, lightsaber in hand. Her face was pale and there was blood on her robes. But her eyes were alert and her voice steady. When he didn't move, she shot him a sharp look. "I'm fine. We can't let Singh get away." Without further ado, she ignited her lightsaber and marched forward. Her defensive style proved more effective against the coordinated fire than his own form, and she rapidly gained ground on the shooters. While she kept them occupied, Jiraiya took advantage of the sudden breathing room to focus on the Darksider who'd taken Aurra. She was making her escape towards the hole blown in the hangar wall, a hole that opened right into a speeder lane. "Oh, no you don't." He left Luminara to handle the Gossam and jumped to intercept the bald woman. His leap carried him over the firefight and straight down towards the retreating figure, a raise-non already forming in his hand. At the very last moment, she force-pushed Aurra towards the hole and spun out of the way with a grace he'd only seen from Jedi Knights and elite Jonin. His raise-non missed her by centimeters and carved a shallow crater into the floor before he dispelled it. Two curved lightsaber hilts appeared in her hands, and crimson light spilled across the ground as the blades ignited. In one smooth motion, she completed her spin and swung to slice him in three. She was fast, faster than most Jedi, but still not as fast as him. Her blades met his with a crackle of opposing energy streams. With a grunt, he pushed forward and sent her stumbling back a step. Her eyes widened when he overpowered her so easily, but she only hesitated for a split second before she re-engaged with a savage cry. "Move, you fool," she yelled to the now upright Aurra. "Get to the speeder if you want to live." Aurra stumbled off towards the open wall. In the first three blows, Jiraiya could tell she'd been exquisitely trained by a master of the blade. Her attacks were powerful, swift, and well-timed. She feinted well enough that her follow-up stab nearly caught him in the knee. She was even able to redirect the force of his blows rather than take them head-on. However, she had a long way to go before she reached mastery. There was a slight sloppiness to her blade work, a lack of precision that spoke to her youth and inexperience. She was very good, better than many Jedi Knights, but Jiraiya had been fighting for almost 50 years. Some of the greatest warriors ever to live had acknowledged his skill, and he quickly set about demonstrating why. When her next strike came in to decapitate him, he batted her lightsaber away like an errant blade of grass. Her other blade came around, but not quickly enough. With a single downward swipe, he chopped the lightsaber in half. She yelped and dropped the sparking remains of the weapon when his blade scorched her fingers. Before she could follow up with her remaining lightsaber, he planted a spin kick in the center of her chest. Several of her ribs broke under his boot with an audible crunch, and a few flecks of blood sprayed out of her mouth. She went flying right into Aurra Singh's back, and the two of them went sprawling across the floor. Jiraiya didn't hesitate to press his advantage. The bald Darksider used the force to fling a piece of rubble at his head, but he ducked under it with ease. It gave her just enough time to find her feet, though, not that it did her much good. She was on the back foot the moment they crossed blades once more. He pushed forward relentlessly, never giving her a moment to breathe. With every blow, she got angrier and angrier. He could feel her presence in the force, previously tightly controlled, grow into a wild storm of the dark side. Her once precise swordsmanship degenerated into near-feral brutality. She seemed to gain strength from her rage, however. As she drew more and more on the dark side, his blows no longer sent her sliding back across the floor. Finally, she caught his blade in a saber lock. Green and red beams of plasma cracked between them as they each tried to push the other's blade into their face. The mystery woman's eyes burned yellow, and a bloodthirsty grin twisted her face. She wore a look of savage joy as she pressed in to take his head from his shoulders. It was exactly what Jiraiya had been waiting for. He reinforced his limbs with chakra and kept his right hand on his saber to keep the scarlet blade at bay. In his left hand, he formed another raise-non and drove it into the Darksider's stomach. It wasn't powerful enough to kill, but it was hardly a gentle massage for her organs, either. Ayurg. Blood and saliva flew out of her mouth, and her face screwed up in agony. The glowing orb of chakra lifted her off her feet and sent her flipping through the air. It was a testament to her training that she landed on her feet, but that looked to be the extent of her endurance. She doubled over and collapsed to one knee, clutching her stomach and retching. Her breath came in heaving gasps. Jiraiya pulled her lightsaber out of her hand with the force and tucked it into his robe. Her glare was as poisonous as Orochimaru's snakes, but he ignored it. He'd been glared at by genuine artists of dirty looks. Compared to the likes of a Hyuga or an Uchiha, let alone Tsunade, her glower was little more than a mild squint. He leveled his own lightsaber at her throat. "Surrender. It's over." She sneered. "You Jedi are even more foolish than I'd imagined." "Over? This is just the beginning." His danger sense spiked, but it was too late. He had just enough time to turn around before something made of metal hit him harder than he'd ever been hit by anyone or anything who wasn't Tsunade Senju. Not even Hanzo had dealt him so mighty a blow. The world briefly turned into a glowing furnace of pain. He came to when he slammed into the opposite wall hard enough to crack the Duracrete. Even with the chakra he'd automatically used to reinforce his body, he felt his entire skeleton creak. Stars exploded in his vision and he slumped to the ground, his head spinning. It took a second for his diaphragm to remember how to do its job and force air back into his lungs. When he shook the spots from his vision, he was just in time to see Aura and the mysterious bald woman vanish into a speeder. The vehicle sped off as soon as they were in. "Criff," he muttered. That was all the time he could spare to bemoan their escape, though. The sight of the being who had punched him clean across the hangar occupied the rest of his attention. Whoever or whatever it was stood next to the burning wreckage of his ship. It was large, standing over 3 meters high and nearly as broad across the chest, and roughly humanoid. Jiraiya couldn't even guess at a species, though. Thick metal armor covered the hulking figure from head to toe, most of which fairly bristled with various weapons. The design was vaguely reminiscent of the samurai armor he'd seen during his travels in Tetsu no Kuni, but was bulkier and more covering. Not even the being's eyes were visible. The only way he knew it wasn't a droid was the arm that extended 10 meters across the hangar to where he'd been standing when it had hit him. Aside from the metal gauntlet covering the fist, the arm was clearly organic. It was made up of countless pink and red tendrils all twisted together, like bare muscle fiber. The whole appendage pulsed regularly, as if to a heartbeat. As he watched, it retracted back into his attacker's shoulder until it matched the length of the other limb. "Who are you?" Jiraiya asked. He couldn't tell through the helmet, but something told him the being beneath it had just smiled. "Dirge." The voice was masculine, but so heavily modulated as to be almost entirely artificial. No computer could replicate the undertones of malice and anticipation, though. Whoever this Dirge was, he was looking forward to what came next. His name was all he said before he fired a wrist-mounted flechette launcher at him. Much like his godson, Jiraiya had encountered flechette launchers before. They were a common choice of weapon among criminals who expected to run afoul of Jedi. So common, in fact, that he had practiced countering them. He shaped the force into a broad cone in front of him, and the lethal blades deflected off to either side. It was a difficult technique, and it didn't provide perfect defense, but only a few blades snuck through to cut him. Compared to being turned into shredded meat, he would take it. "Back off, Dirge. You don't want to whoa." He didn't even have time to finish his sentence before he had to jump over a handful of thermal detonators. Dirge had cooked them perfectly, leaving him no time to fling them back with the force. The blast blew a hole in the floor, exposing the yawning chasm below. No sooner had he dodged than he was greeted by a storm of blaster bolts. In the split second he'd taken his eyes off him, Dirge had produced a pair of large blaster pistols and opened fire right at where Jiraiya had dodged to. For the third time in less than an hour, Jiraiya had to defend himself from a withering assault of accurate fire. Fortunately, he wasn't alone for long. Luminara had apparently finished mopping up the Gotham commandos, because she came up from off to his left to attack Dirge. The hulking bounty hunter fired some sort of rocket at her from his gauntlet, but she shoved it aside with the force. It blew yet another hole in the hangar floor and made the whole building shake. Then she was on him, like the wrath of the kami themselves. It was beautiful to behold. She must have been exhausted. They'd both been on their feet all day, but she'd also been maintaining a large-scale mind trick for half that time. She'd already fought her way through an entire squadron of Gotham commandos. There was no way she wasn't exhausted. If she was, though, Jiraiya couldn't tell. Dirge was easily twice her height and 10 times her weight, but she had him on the defensive in an instant. He activated some sort of red energy shields on his gauntlets to block her lightsaber, but it didn't look like it helped much. Every time he raised an arm to deflect a blow, it went somewhere else. In seconds, his armor bore the score marks of a dozen near misses. Eventually, he wasn't able to even manage that much. Luminara sidestepped a push kick, ducked under a wild haymaker, and sank her lightsaber into Dirge's chest. The green blade pierced his armor like it was made of silk and emerged from his back in a spurt of steam and molten metal. For a moment, everything was still. Dirge stayed frozen in place. Luminara kept her lightsaber impaled through his chest and stood there panting. Hedges. It took a few seconds for Jiraiya to identify what he was hearing. It wasn't until he saw Dirge's shoulders shaking that he realized what it was. The enormous bounty hunter was laughing. He had a criffing lightsaber burning a hole through his torso, and he was laughing. Is that all? There was emotion in his voice now, but it wasn't anger or pain or fear. No, it was amusement. He found the entire situation hilarious. Something cold wormed its way into Jiraiya's gut, and he opened his mouth to warn Luminara to back up, to duck, to move. It was too late, though. Dirge's arms blurred, and there was a sound like a shovel slapping against a bag of wet duracrete. Luminara didn't even have time to cry out. One moment she had her opponent impaled and apparently defeated, the next he was holding her aloft by the neck. Her right shoulder was obviously dislocated, and her face was already swelling. Dirge didn't bother gloating. He just drew a blaster and calmly pressed it against Luminara's temple. The sight sparked something in Jiraiya, and he moved faster than he ever had before. Before he even realized he'd stood up, he was in front of Dirge, lightsaber already in motion. In one strike, he destroyed the blaster pistol and severed the hand wrapped around Luminara's throat. She landed on her feet and ripped the newly amputated appendage from her neck with her good arm. Her eyes were a little glazed, and he could see her legs shaking a little, but she was still alive. That was all that mattered to him. Dirge's only reaction to having his hand sliced off was an irritated grunt. Once more, he moved with greater speed than should have been possible for any non-Jedi and rolled away from the two of them. His severed hand sprouted the same pink and red tendrils Jiraiya had seen earlier, and they snaked towards the fresh stump. Then, in defiance of all the laws of biology, they plunged into the stump, and the hand reattached itself. Well, that's just not fair, Jiraiya thought. That's a little too reminiscent of Orochimaru. I thought I was done with shit like this when I left Tython. Once his wayward hand was back where it belonged, Dirge's fingers extended and bent backwards like armored tentacles to flip open a panel on the vambrace to reveal some sort of remote. He keyed in a lightning-fast command, all without looking down or ceasing his barrage of deadly fire. Jiraiya didn't know what he'd just done, but he doubted it was anything good. He didn't have to wait long to find out. Only 10 seconds passed before he felt the hum of a large repulsor engine shivering up his bones. The low bass pulse rumbled through the hangar and sent dust spiraling down from the ceiling. He only had a split-second warning before a whole section of wall disintegrated under a withering burst of laser cannon fire. In the instant before the incoming wave of superheated death consumed all of his focus, he saw the outline of a medium-sized ship hovering just outside the hangar. Naruto probably could have identified it at a glance, but all he could say for sure was that it had multiple laser cannons all spewing destruction into the already battered hangar. The heavy fire raked between him and Luminara, throwing up smoke and chips of white-hot duracrete. Cracks spidered across the walls and floor. They both dodged, but the force of the volley separated them. Like any good predator, Dirge went after the weaker prey first. Right now, that was Luminara. He threw a pair of electrified bolos at her that crackled angrily as they spun through the air. She cut the first one in half with a clumsy swipe of her lightsaber, but she couldn't block the second. It coiled around her body and sent tendrils of electricity arcing through her. She screamed once and then fell silent and unconscious on the shattered ground, her limbs still convulsing from the shock. Jiraiya cursed sulfurously, but he didn't dare let loose with any of his more destructive jutsu. The hangar was already crumbling around them as Dirge's ship continued to pour more and more fire into the weakened structure. He worried any more damage would make the whole place collapse. He was safe where he was, as the remnants of the outer wall gave him cover, but the hangar was on the brink of falling to pieces. Worse, Nar Shada didn't bother with housing regulations or residential zoning. The nearby area was a honeycomb of businesses, residences, and walkways. He could sense hundreds, maybe even thousands, of people just in the space immediately around them. If the hangar went down, he couldn't begin to guess how many sentients would die as it smashed its way through everything below. Capital of Hutt space or not, those people were innocent in this fight, and he couldn't go around setting their shops on fire or turning their bedroom floors into a swamp. Dirge had no such qualms, apparently. He launched a whole salvo of micro-rockets from his wrist launcher. In response, Jiraiya blasted him into the burning wreckage of the Rigger-class ship with the strongest force push he could muster on short notice, but it was too late. There were too many rockets to dodge, and trying to block them with a lightsaber would have been exceedingly foolish. Instead, he treated them like the flechettes from earlier and used the force to direct them away from himself and, more importantly, Luminara. They detonated against the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling. The noise was unbelievable, and splinters of Duracrete bit into his skin, but none of the deadly missiles landed close enough to either of them to do any actual harm. At the same time, the automatic fire from Dirge's ship finally ceased when the bounty hunter slammed into the wreckage. That was the good news. The bad news was that the latest set of explosions finally proved too much for the battered hangar. The whole structure lurched, and he could hear the squeal of Durasteel shearing. Chunks of the ceiling collapsed and rained down, knocking even more holes into the floor. The hangar as a whole listed into the canyon-like gap between the building it was attached to and the building adjacent. Jiraiya had to use chakra to stick to the floor, or else he would have slid down the sudden slope and into empty space. Luminara was still unconscious, however, and her limp form rolled towards a hole in the floor. Jiraiya lunged forward to grab her, but he missed by a centimeter. She slid right past his outstretched hand and fell into the open void. No. As he watched the hem of her robe slip out of sight, Jiraiya didn't hesitate to follow after her. He flipped around to the underside of the hangar floor and hung there, upside down, with chakra. Luminara had already fallen out of his reach, but he refused to let that cost him his partner. Ever since he and Naruto had come to the temple, Master Yoda had theorized it was possible to use the Force and chakra at the same time. They were the same thing at their core, just expressed very differently. There was no reason a Jedi couldn't generate at least some chakra while maintaining their connection to the larger Force. However, in the 3.5 standard years since they had started their training, no one had managed it. Switching from the Force to chakra was easy now, but using both at the same time had, thus far, eluded him. Now, though, he was out of options. If he was to save Luminara, he needed both. Jiraiya had always worked best under pressure. He was a firm believer in learning by doing and in necessity being the mother of all success. Now was the time to put those theories to the test, because saving Luminara was necessary. He had to catch her. It never even crossed his mind that he might fail. He reached out one hand to help his focus, while he simultaneously reached for the Force. The moment he did so, he felt his feet start to slip off the overhang he was stuck to. He divided his focus, keeping half his mind on maintaining his chakra flow while the other half kept searching for the Force. It felt like trying to look down both his ears at once while also playing a musical instrument, but the difficulty of the task was incidental. Necessity was on his side, and that was that. Everything around him faded. Time stopped. The world went silent. Nothing existed except for him and Luminara. Memories of her filled his mind. Her dry wit, her prodigious skill, her subtle but still stunning smile. He focused every aspect of his being, mind, body, and spirit, on saving her, and the Force answered his call. He felt most of his chakra reserves vanish, as they always did when he connected to the Force. However, for the first time, a little remained. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep him stuck to the bottom of the hangar. Conversely, his connection to the Force felt a bit weaker than normal. He didn't have time to figure out what, exactly, he had just done, however. As soon as he had a grasp on the Force, he reached out with his mind and grabbed Luminara. Once he'd stopped her fall, he levitated her up into his arms. As he swung himself back up through the hole, the hangar lurched further into the open air. Damn it! This whole place will come down if we fight anymore. He didn't have time to move before Dirge exploded out the tangle of slagged metal he'd pushed him into. Jiraiya grimaced at the sight. It had been hard enough to fight the mysterious bounty hunter with Luminara at his side. On sturdier ground, and without allies to defend, he felt confident he could have slain Dirge in minutes. Now, though, with his partner unconscious and vulnerable, and the hangar rapidly falling to pieces, he wasn't willing to risk it. It was time to retreat and regroup. Fortunately, there was no shortage of potential exits. He shifted Luminara over his shoulder and tossed a flashbang and a smoke bomb in quick succession. Blinding light filled the hangar before thick, gray smoke choked the air. Dirge must have shot blindly through the smoke screen, because a few blaster bolts sailed out of the murk towards where Jiraiya had been standing. He had long since moved, though, and none of the shots came near him. As he slipped out of the crumbling hangar and into a service tunnel of some sort, he heard Dirge yell behind him. His robotic voice carried even over the sounds of the hangar falling apart. I will find you, Jedi. Every hunter on Nar Shada is looking for you, but I will be the one to find you. I hope you give better sport when I do. Jiraiya snorted as he rushed through the tunnel. He'd heard warnings like that countless times in his life. They had long since lost any power to frighten him. Look if you want, hunter. We'll see who the prey really is. Usage Ventress collapsed the moment her speed Irvin cleared the airspace around the hangar. Her master would have flayed her alive if he'd seen such a display of weakness, but her body had its limits. The white-haired Jedi's last attack, that blue orb of force power, had felt like it put her organs through a blender. The broken ribs and bruised diaphragm from his kick didn't help matters. Each breath fought its way through a maze of pain and swords on its way to her lungs. She coughed, and the world briefly drowned in a sea of agony. Her vision whited out. When it returned, she saw flecks of blood dotted across the floor in front of her. The coppery taste coated her tongue and mixed poorly with the bitter tang of humiliation. Her face burned with shame when she thought back to her brief fight with Jiraiya. 2 attacks. He landed 2 crippling attacks, and left me like this. A growl beat a path through her battered lungs and tore through clenched teeth. He beat me like it was nothing. He could have killed me. A potent mix of fear, shame, and anger brewed in her gut. She fed it into the furnace of the dark side, and the cold flames in her soul blazed higher and higher, until they burned all the weakness from her body. The dark side didn't heal, at least not without knowledge she didn't possess, but it was marvelous at keeping you going. She wrapped it around her damaged organs, her bruised lungs, and her splintered ribs, forcing them to operate despite their condition. The pain didn't fade, but it became unimportant, a source of fuel for her anger, and that was all. Once she could take a full breath without passing out, she forced herself to stand up. He was toying with me, as if I didn't even matter to him. As if I was weak. I am not weak. Her nails cut bloody crescents into her palms as she clenched her fists. A new thought cut through her anger and made her go even paler than she already was. Master will not be pleased about this. Dooku had ordered her not to engage the Jedi. He would not care that she'd had no choice, only that she had failed to follow his orders. What was worse, she had lost her weapons. Jiraiya had destroyed one of her lightsabers and taken the other. For that failure alone, she knew she would suffer. The only question left was how much. She glanced at Aurra Singh and frowned to see her lying slumped against the door of the speeder. Though she had never met the legendary assassin before, Ventress was familiar with her reputation. Even given her injuries, she had expected more from the woman than this. She was force-sensitive after all, and at least partially trained. With a disgusted grunt, she gave the woman a kick in the side. "Get up," she snarled. "I didn't go to the trouble of rescuing you just so you could sit there and drool." Aurra hissed and glared at her, but remained listless. Ventress kicked her again out of spite. What's wrong with you, bounty hunter? I'd heard you were formidable. Criff you, honey, Aura said. They took it from me. Ventress snorted and hauled Aura upright, ignoring her gasp of pain when she pulled on her injured arm. She was tired of bending over to hear the other woman. Took what? Your spine. Start making sense, or you'll need more than one new limb very, very soon. They took the Force. Aura said through gritted teeth. There were actual tears in her eyes. That white-haired Jedi put something on my neck, and then the Force was gone. They took the Force away. Then that other Jedi bitch criffed with my head. Now, who the fuck are you? Ventress ignored the question and spun her around, slamming her against the bulkhead. Hey. What the criff are you dash? Quiet. Ventress pulled Aura's hair aside to get a better look at the back of her neck. She didn't know exactly what she was looking for, but it jumped out as soon as she saw it. At the base of Aura's skull was a small symbol in black ink. It looked almost like a tattoo, but one composed of a bunch of tiny squiggles and some sort of hieroglyphics. She didn't recognize the language, if it was a language at all, but she could feel a tiny knot in the Force centered on the odd symbol. Despite herself, she smiled. If she were right, this might just be enough to save her from the worst of Dooku's wrath. Luminara swam upward through an ocean of her own consciousness. Glimmers of awareness percolated down from above, but nothing coherent. There was light, a vague noise, and pain. Quite a bit of pain. Before it could grow overwhelming, however, something enveloped her mind in calm safety. Soothing currents of the Force carried her and insulated her from the world. She dimly recognized the beginning signs of a healing trance. A fellow Jedi must have forced her into one to help her recover from whatever had happened. She didn't have time to recall what that might have been or who was helping her now, though. In seconds, the trance took hold, her thoughts slowed, and her awareness dissolved under a soft blanket of restorative energy. Time was impossible to judge in a healing trance. It was not quite like being asleep, nor like being sedated, but it shared the timeless quality of both states. When she felt her mind begin to once again drift up towards the waking world, she could only say that it had been long enough for her to grow thirsty and stiff, but not long enough for her to heal completely. She couldn't even remember, yet, how she had gotten injured in the first place. Her arm throbbed, her face ached, her neck felt tender, and she had pins and needles throughout her body. As more of her mind and body woke up from the trance, her memories returned. Her eyes snapped open, and the first thing she saw was Jiraiya's smiling face hanging over her. There were much worse sights to wake up to, she supposed. How long was I out? She asked. Her voice was raspy and weak. He handed her a canteen and helped her tilt it towards her lips. Just a few hours. After you went down, I got us out of there quick. The whole building was collapsing. She groaned and sat up. It felt like her muscles had turned to soggy wood, but she could move, at least. What happened, exactly? I don't remember much after the ship exploded, and from what I can recall, I didn't see much of what you were doing. Is Aura Singh gone? There was no mistaking the bitter note in his voice, one echoed in her own heart. Aura was a monster of the highest, or perhaps lowest, order. That she had, once again, escaped justice, and after they'd been so close, too, left a sour taste in both their mouths. There was someone leading the Gossam commandos who attacked us, Jiraiya continued. She was force-sensitive, and well-trained. Very well-trained. It took a second for Luminara to realize what he was implying, but when she did, her mind started to race. You think she was a Sith? Jiraiya made a so-so gesture with his hand. Not a proper Sith Lord, no. From what I've read, she was too young and inexperienced for that. But she could have been an assassin, like that Maul character Obi-Wan encountered back on Naboo. She snatched Aura while I was distracted. We fought, and I beat her. I had her, but Dirge blindsided me. I was holding back too much. I should have gone for the kill right away. A note of self-recrimination entered his voice before he frowned and shook it off. She and Aura escaped in a speeder. They're gone. We have to let the Council know. If the Sith are protecting Aura Singh, then... Whoa, slow down, Luminara, Jiraiya said. I know, but there's a problem. The entire planet's locked down on orders from the Hutts. Dirge has every single bounty hunter on Nar Shada out looking for us. Her eyes widened in dismay. Every bounty hunter. That must be 10 million people. At least. At least. Jiraiya nodded before he gave her a forced grin. I suppose it's a compliment, really. We can't say they're underestimating us. She appreciated the stab at humor, really she did, but now wasn't the time. What about a messenger toad? You could send one to Naruto and he could deliver it to the council. Jiraiya was already shaking his head before she had finished. Naruto's on that trip with Mace, and there's no way to know how long that'll take. It could be weeks. Besides, from what Master Yoda told me about the ordeal, it's not something I want to risk interrupting, especially not with a summon. No, we need to get out of here fast. I'm sure word has already reached the Senate of what happened back at the hangar. They're going to demand an explanation. Are we even safe here? She asked. For that matter, where are we? Now that her head had finally stopped spinning, she got a good look at her surroundings. They certainly weren't what she'd expected. Rather than the bare duracrete and filth of some hidden basement, there were, instead, wooden walls, warm lights, rugs, and even a few pieces of art. She wasn't sitting on some cot either, but an actual bed. It looked, for all the world, like a primitive house. In fact, when she looked closer, it looked a lot like how Jiraiya described the buildings from his home village. Am I hallucinating? Nope. He grinned and gestured to the impossible house. We're inside one of my toads. A toad. Luminara took a deep breath and reminded herself that, for all his virtues, Jiraiya sometimes forgot she hadn't grown up around shinobi as he had. Either that, or he was so used to being maddeningly vague and dramatic that it had become an ingrained habit. This does not look like the inside of a toad, Jiraiya. I have never been eaten by one before, but this is not what I would expect. Jiraiya was glancing around distractedly and took a moment to answer her implied question. Oh, this is a shop toad. It can disguise itself as a building. I figured it would be nicer than some back alley shed, at least. We should be safe here for a few more hours, at least. Dirge will find us eventually, but we have some time, and I have a plan. Oh? Do tell. I had a couple of Cage Bunshin spy on some of the hunters who are after us, he said. It turns out Dirge's ship is the only one allowed on or off Nar Shada for the next 2 rotations. Everything else is grounded, no exceptions. Comprehension dawned on her. So, if we can get our hands on his ship, we can get out of here and tell the council what happened. He keeps a remote control and transponder on his left vambrace. I saw him use it. Taking it won't be easy, but it should be doable. She thought it over for a second and nodded. That could work. Good. He stood up. I'll be back in a few hours, then. She frowned. Where are you going? Jiraiya looked back at her, confused. I'm doing what we just talked about. I'm going to find Dirge, beat him, and steal his ship. It took a moment for the meaning of his words to sink in, but when they did, she felt genuine anger boil in her gut for the first time in years. Anger. And hurt. You mean to leave me here and face him alone, she said, her voice a few degrees colder than space. It wasn't a question. She could see the stubborn, stupid idea written across his face as clearly as if she could read his thoughts. She could have slapped him across the face. If he'd been in arm's reach, she honestly might have. It made more sense now why he'd been in such a hurry to answer her questions and explain his plan. The guilt wafted off of him like a foul smell. He'd wanted to be gone before she had a chance to object. Well, that was simply too bad. What makes you think I would let you do something so monumentally stupid? Her voice stayed steady, even as she wielded the words like a fist. I expect an answer, Jiraiya. He squirmed, the very picture of shamed discomfort, but she gave him neither pity nor quarter. Her gaze bored into his charcoal eyes, demanding the explanation he owed her. After a few seconds, he sighed and slumped his shoulders. Do I really need to say it? Yes, she bit out. He swallowed heavily and refused to meet her eyes. You're injured. Exhausted. He almost killed you twice last time. You're in no condition to fight. She waited for a moment to see if he would say anything else. When he kept silent, she spoke. That is a load of bantha fodder, and you know it. He opened his mouth to protest, but she cut him off. I am talking now, and you will listen. My injuries are minor. You just said it yourself, we can spare some time. A few hours in a healing trance will see me back in fighting shape. As for exhaustion, let me have a soldier pill. I'll sleep on the flight back to Coruscant. She paused and watched for his response. He didn't say anything, which was fortunate, but he did look away. If anything, he grew more uncomfortable, which only confirmed her suspicions. But you don't want to do either of those things, do you? Because we both know this isn't about me being injured or exhausted, and it certainly isn't about how he defeated me earlier. We didn't lose because I was tired or because you were holding back, or any other ridiculous excuse. Those things didn't help, but we lost for one reason and one reason only. We weren't working as a team. Jiraiya didn't react to what she said. He did so very loudly, however, and his carefully blank look may as well have been a 10-meter hollow sign to her eyes. She'd landed right on the truth, and he wasn't sure what was about to happen. That was fine by her. At least he was listening to her now. We weren't working as a team, she repeated. It's my fault as much as yours. Ever since Gamera said you had feelings for me, we've both been distracted. We hardly spoke a word to each other all day. Our enemies took advantage of that and divided us, even if they didn't realize it. We fought as individuals, and that undid us. Once again, she paused to give him a chance to respond, and once again he said nothing. His face had become unreadable the moment she mentioned Gamera's words. Doubt clawed at her for a moment, but she beat it back. Her path was clear for the first time in a long time, and she would not let her resolve waver now. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, though it still held a core of steel. Don't insult me by denying what we both now know to be true. You have feelings for me. I should have realized it years ago. My only excuse is my own inexperience with such emotions, or any emotions, for that matter. She gave him a brief smile. I should thank you for remaining circumspect for so long. I have greatly enjoyed our friendship, and I fear such a confession may have ruined it even a year ago. And now. Jiraiya's voice was rough, but steady. He crossed the room and kneeled in front of her so their eyes were level. As you said, there's no point denying it. I've fallen in love with you. To be honest, I tried to deny it to myself at first, but that was pointless. I've only felt this way about one other woman in my life, and that turned into a terrible mess. I don't want to make the same mistake again. You are my closest friend and partner, Luminara, and I don't want to lose that. I love you, but I love our friendship more. Say the word, and I'll never speak of this again. If you're willing, though, I would really like to see if we could be something more than what we are now. Now it was her turn to freeze. She'd expected. Well, she didn't know what she'd expected. Denial, perhaps, or apologies. Maybe even some ridiculous, over-the-top, theatrical display of romance. As ever, though, Jiraiya surprised her, this time with a heartfelt confession and an offer that sparked that same warm feeling in her chest she'd noticed so often around him. A mess of conflicting thoughts swirled in her mind. The Jedi Code, though under debate, still officially forbade any sort of romantic relationship. Memories of all the times he'd made her smile and laugh fought with the traditions and ideals to which she'd devoted her whole life. Emotions were one thing, but this. Enough, she told herself. No more doubts. No more waiting. She took a deep breath, leaned forward, and captured his lips in a kiss. It would be a lie to say that fireworks went off in her mind. She was no teenaged civilian given to flights of romantic fancy, nor was she a blushing virgin with no point of comparison. However, it would be equally untrue to deny that the warmth in her chest burst into a roaring blaze. Jiraiya grunted and stiffened in shock for a moment before he kissed back with enthusiasm. Her heart sped up as his lips moved against hers, warm and sensual in ways she didn't have words for. Next to him, her own efforts seemed clumsy by comparison. It had been well over a decade since she'd last kissed someone, and that had merely been carnal. There had been no deep affection behind it, just desire and release. This already felt so much more significant than any of her previous physical relationships. The force sang in her and around her, and a profound sense of rightness accompanied its music. For a moment, she forgot where she was and lost herself in Jiraiya. In his scent, his presence, the solid weight of him, and above all, the delicious sensations of his lips on hers. As heat began to pool low in her gut, she had to force herself to pull back before she did something foolish. Her body and soul both ached to continue, but her mind overruled them, for now. It took her a moment to find her voice again, though, as her heart beat a tattoo against her ribs and her breath came in heated pants. Jiraiya looked only marginally more composed than she felt. "I rather think I would like that as well," she said. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, and then broke out into an enormous, dopey grin. She couldn't help but smile and laugh in return. "Now, let's plan how we're going to take Dirge down. Together." "Together," he agreed. Luminara spent the next 2 hours in a healing trance. When she returned to herself, her body felt much less like a piece of wet flimsy. The shooting pains from the stun bolo had dissipated into a generalized tingling in her extremities. Her shoulder was still sore and stiff, but it was nothing she couldn't push through. The swelling in her face had gone down, though it remained discovered and tender to the touch. The bone-deep exhaustion that had so crippled her in the initial fight against Dirge and the Gossam commandos remained, though not so overwhelming as it had been. Using the force as she had to disguise their passage through the streets of Nar Shada was taxing on both body and mind, and there was no true remedy save food and sleep. The healing trance softened the worst of it, as did the ration bar she had choked down earlier, but she could still feel it, like chains of cloud and stone weighing her down and slowing her thoughts. Fortunately, while rest was the only true cure, there was a temporary salve. Soldier pills could give even the most exhausted being energy enough to climb a small mountain, though at the cost of a severe crash when the effects wore off. They were dangerous, potentially addictive, and highly toxic in the wrong doses, but effective. The council strictly regulated their use, and Jiraiya had been reluctant to give her one in her condition, but she had insisted. She knew her own body and what it could handle. Their new relationship would not begin with him facing an enemy like Dirge without her. While she had recovered her strength, Jiraiya had set about scouting an ideal location for their plan. Her passionate words aside, he'd been quite right when he pointed out how their surroundings had crippled them last time. The dense, urban environment of Nar Shada favored someone like Dirge, to whom innocent casualties were of little and less consequence. He would freely level buildings, killing thousands, while they would be hampered in using their strongest techniques. They would need those techniques, if they were going to face an enemy as tough as Dirge. "Our biggest problem isn't his weapons or his skill," Jiraiya had said. "It's how tough the damn bastard is." He shrugged off a force push that would have crippled a ranker. "You stabbed him through the chest and he barely even noticed. Criff, I cut off his hand, and it reattached in seconds." She'd pursed her lips. "If we cannot disable him swiftly, he will call for aid. We can't afford to get bogged down fighting every bounty hunter in the area. I have jutsu that could take him down in seconds, but I can't use them around so many people, and this whole planet is packed tight." He had frowned. "We either need more time or more space." They had both chewed over the problem for a few minutes. The solution, when it presented itself, was so amazingly simple Luminara was surprised neither of them had thought of it earlier. "There is one area that isn't abandoned," she'd pointed out. He'd looked at her curiously and she elaborated. "Every city planet I've ever been on has an old industrial area from before the ecumenopolis engulfed everything. Most of them are disused, and there are always abandoned areas where the cost of making it safe to live is too steep. I'm confident Nar Shada will have at least one such area. If you can find it, it should afford us the space we need to cut loose against Dirge." He'd agreed, and gone to hunt for an ideal venue for their ambush. He left a cage bunshin behind to watch over her while she was in the trance. Once she had finished stretching after she'd woken up, she had the clone dispel and waited in meditation until she heard the door open. Without opening her eyes, she could feel Jiraiya's presence in the force, like a warm caress. "Did you find a spot?" She knew the answer even before he spoke. He wouldn't have come back if it wasn't with good news. "I did. Are you ready?" She opened her eyes and stood in one fluid motion. Her shoulder twinged in protest, but she didn't let any hint of the pain show on her face. We should leave now. Every minute we delay gives more time for the Senate to act without all the information they need. She held out her hand expectantly. He grimaced, but handed her the little brown soldier pill. Don't take it until the last second, he warned, not that she needed warning. It was his way of expressing concern, though, and she took it in the spirit it was meant. If something goes wrong, I don't want you crashing in the middle of a fight. If all goes as planned, we should be away from here and safe in hyperspace long before the pill wears off. It's that first bit that I've always found troublesome, he quipped. Since when has anything in my life ever gone according to plan? She grinned briefly. But I helped make this plan, remember? I think you'll find that makes all the difference. Ha ha ha, he chuckled. We'll see, won't we? It was easy to tell, when they got there, why the industrial complex was abandoned. Luminara had been to the old industrial district on Coruscant several times, and it was an unpleasant place, to be sure. Next to the polluted wasteland she found herself in now, though, it may as well have been the estate of an Alderaanian noble. The location Jiraiya had chosen was a forest of twisted metal and ruined machinery. Rust covered everything like a fungus. Even the few weeds that braved the cracked duracrete looked corroded. Streams of toxic sludge tricked over the shattered remnants of ancient factories, painting the landscape yellow, purple, and black. The fumes clawed at her eyes and drove needles into her throat and lungs. All in all, it ranked in the top 3 most unpleasant places she had ever been. However, there were no sentients for kilometers in any direction, and that was all that really counted. Hopefully, they would be quit of this place before the toxins gave them both cancer. Lovely, she quipped. How long do you think until he arrives? On the way to their chosen venue, they had both made sure to leave a series of proverbial breadcrumbs to lure Dirge in. A mental nudge here, an unwitting glance at a security camera there, letting a few of the bounty hunters wandering around catch a glimpse of their faces. It had taken most of the day, but she and Jiraiya had laid a trail just obvious enough to attract Dirge's attention, but hopefully not so obvious as to arouse suspicion. If he takes the bait, it shouldn't be more than a few hours. Probably less. It's tough to say, though. He didn't strike me as the cautious sort back in the hangar, but I could be wrong. We didn't exactly have time for deep conversation. He sat down to meditate, heedless of the filth-coated ground. I'm guessing he'll make a dramatic entrance, though. They both settled in and waited. Mercifully, it seemed Dirge was either already in the area, or he was even less cautious than Jiraiya had predicted. Little more than an hour passed before Luminara sensed another presence closing in on their position. She immediately swallowed the soldier pill Jiraiya had given her. In moments, she felt a harsh wave of energy pour through her body. It scoured the tiredness from her bones and scraped a whetstone over her senses. The rush of clarity allowed her a better sense of Dirge's presence. It felt strange, unlike any being she had encountered before. There was an alien depth to his presence that spoke of great age. Whatever Dirge was, he was truly ancient. Age hadn't inclined him towards subtlety, however. Just seconds after she first sensed him, her danger sense flared, and she had to duck under a salvo of micro-rockets. Her lightsaber slid into her hand without conscious thought, and the follow-up blaster fire bounced off her impenetrable defense like so many glowing pebbles. Plumes of powdered rust billowed from the impacts and dyed the air scarlet, transforming the already dismal landscape into something out of a nightmare. More blaster bolts cut through the fumes, casting fiery light across the ruins. She deflected them as well and cast about for their origin. The smog made it impossible to pinpoint his position, though, and she stayed on guard. It was well she did, because, amidst the incoming blaster fire, she heard a faint whistling noise, as of something cutting rapidly through the air. The force gave her a nudge, and she ducked to the left just in time to see first one, then another electrified bolo fly past and smash against the ground. It was the same combination that had bested her back in the hangar. Then, exhaustion had fogged her senses and slowed her reactions. Now, thanks to the soldier pill and a few hours' rest, she was not so easily beaten. Dirge must have come to the same conclusion, because the barrage of attacks ceased, and silence cloaked the area. From out of the bloody murk emerged the hulking, armored figure of Dirge. His armor still bore the scars of their last encounter, including the perfectly round hole where she had stabbed him through the chest, but beyond that, he looked as inscrutable as before. Only the flicker of life in the Force and the glimpse of pink and red flesh moving under the cuts in his mail betrayed that he was not a droid. His featureless mask made it impossible to guess at his emotions, but she got the sense he was evaluating her. "You will give better sport, now. Good." His flat, near-robotic voice echoed strangely off the rubble. "Where is the other?" "Right here." Jiraiya moved from where he'd hidden in the shadows. His hands were clasped together as if in prayer, and a faint glow surrounded them. "Nice of you to drop by." Dirge tilted his head. "A trap? Others before you have tried, Jedi. They are dead. I am not." "They weren't us," he said, a confident smirk on his face. He bit his thumb and raced through a set of hand signs before slamming one hand on the ground. "Cookie Yos no Jutsu." A cloud of white smoke exploded out of nowhere and enveloped the whole area. Over the years, Luminara had seen Jiraiya summon all manner of toads, from tiny spy toads to hulking behemoths who dwarfed even the largest rancor. She was familiar with how they felt in the Force, and the sort of power it took to call them. However, none of them, not even the mighty Gamabuntat, had ever required something like this. The release of chakra from the summoning was intense enough to make her spine tingle and her ears ring. She'd never known Jiraiya to use such a powerful technique. She hadn't even known there were such demanding jutsu. The two presences that appeared were unlike any toad she had ever sensed before. She'd half expected, when she felt how much power he'd used, to see some colossal toad the size of a dreadnought appear in the ruined industrial complex. No such monster was forthcoming, though. However, she still felt two massive wells of chakra pop into being amidst the smoke. They held a depth to them that put her in mind of a placid lake, its waters sinking into the bowels of the planet. Whatever he had summoned, she was impressed. When the smoke cleared, Luminara saw what Jiraiya had summoned with that massive burst of chakra, and her jaw nearly dropped. Not because the two toads were especially majestic or awe-inspiring, though. Quite the opposite. Perched on his shoulders were two of the oldest and smallest toads she had ever seen him summon. On his right shoulder sat an ancient male toad. Between his robe, the tufts of wispy white hair, and his grumpy expression, she thought for a moment, absurdly, that Jiraiya had somehow summoned Yoda himself to aid them. On the opposite shoulder sat a female toad, just as wrinkled and elderly as her companion. She had a purple crest on her head that resembled hair. Neither of the toads could be over 25 centimeters tall, yet they possessed an aura of subtle strength and authority far in excess of their physical size. Chakra was harder to sense than the Force, but even so, she could feel the veritable oceans of power lurking within their wizened forms. Dirge was less impressed. "This is your plan, Jedi? These little beasts? I told you to offer sport." "Mind your manners, ya uppity little shit," the male toad said in heavily accented basic, scowling at the armored bounty hunter. He glanced at Jiraiya and switched back to Nihongo. Jiraiya nodded. The two toads closed their eyes and sank into deep concentration. There was no possible way Dirge understood their words, but he must have guessed their meaning. Either that, or he grew bored waiting. Whatever the reason, he drew a spiked flail from some hidden recess in his armor. The vicious weapon made a sound like tearing fabric as it spun through the air and towards Jiraiya's head. He made no move to defend himself, however. There was no need. Even before Dirge let his weapon fly, Luminara was moving. Her emerald blade intercepted the flail less than a meter from his face and cleaved right through the braided wire. The spiked ball sailed off into an old bit of machinery, turning it from a pile of scrap to a slightly less organized pile of scrap. If Dirge was angry to see her destroy his weapon so easily, he didn't show it. Instead, with the same methodical detachment he'd displayed in everything else she'd seen him do, he shrugged the blaster rifle off his back and took aim. Before he could fire, though, whatever technique the toads had been preparing with Jiraiya apparently came to fruition. The air trembled with power, and Jiraiya's presence in the Force changed. If someone compelled her to put words to what she felt, she'd have said it was as if a great weight settled on the rubber sheet of the Force, distorting it and drawing reality inevitably towards the new mass. The living force around her flowed into Jiraiya, merging with his chakra in ways beyond her ability to perceive. All she could sense were the results. His force signature blossomed into something truly remarkable. He radiated power to rival even Yoda when he truly cut loose. The power itself was strange to her, as it lay at some midpoint between chakra and the force, but there was no denying its intensity. He had, somehow, become practically a nexus in the force all on his own. The swell of power brought with it a few physical changes as well. His eyes became bars, reminiscent of the two summons perched on his shoulder. His nose swelled slightly and grew a few warts, while a pointed beard sprouted along his jaw. The red markings that ran down from his eyes expanded until they surrounded his eyes with a thick red outline. Another pair joined them and curved across his cheeks. Those changes were mere details, however, next to the vortex of power that sprang into life within him. Luminara could feel it pressing down on her, warm and comforting, but also heavy, and with an undercurrent of leashed danger. She didn't have to wait long to see the effects of whatever he had done. Before Dirge could react, he thrust his hand out in a punch. For a moment, she thought he'd gone mad. His blow fell nearly a meter short of even hitting the armored hunter. Any comments she may have made died on her lips, though, when a crater appeared in Dirge's breastplate. The thick durasteel crumpled like wet flimsy, and some unseen force sent Dirge tumbling across the ground in a blur of shattered metal and torn flesh. "I'll keep him occupied," Jiraiya whispered to her. "You get that transponder away from him." Luminara almost didn't have a chance to respond. Despite the titanic blow he'd just taken, Dirge rolled back to his feet as soon as he slid to a stop. His breastplate was a fractured ruin, but beyond that, he didn't look to be any worse for wear. Luminara had to quell a shiver at the sight. That attack would have laid out a great dragon, but he'd shrugged it off like it was nothing. Good. Even though his helmet concealed his facial features, Luminara could hear the smile in Dirge's voice. "Now you offer a challenge." Fast as blinking, and with no discernible effort, he hurled a jagged sheet of metal the size of a bantha directly at Jiraiya's head. She took advantage of the distraction and darted towards him, her focus entirely on the transponder in his bracer. His reactions rivaled those of a Jedi Master, however, and he jerked away from her blow. She had only a fraction of a second to dodge his follow-up, a burst from his flamethrower that would have burned the flesh from her skull. The heat seared painfully across the back of her neck, and she smelled her headdress smoldering. In his haste to attack her, though, he had neglected to keep his attention on Jiraiya, and he paid for it dearly. Ranjashigamai no Jutsu. Something large, white, and hairy snaked past her and slammed into Dirge, pushing him back and holding him fast. At first, she thought Jiraiya had summoned some fierce predator to aid them. A moment's closer examination revealed an even stranger truth. It was no white-haired beast that grappled with their enemy. It was Jiraiya's actual hair. His spiky mane, always sizable, had now grown to dwarf its owner, and was savaging Dirge to surprising effect. He must have hardened his hair as well as animated it, since she saw it carve bloody furrows in the exposed flesh and leave deep scratches on the armor. Thinner tendrils branched from the main mass of hair and wrapped themselves around Dirge's limbs. The web of stabbing, tangling hair slowed him to a crawl, but it couldn't stop him completely. His body was too strong and too flexible for that. However, the restraints gave her an opportunity, one she seized on. She channeled chakra, made a single snake seal, and slammed her hand onto the ground. Doton, Tsukinami no Jutsu. From her hand had landed, a ripple spread out through the ground. It was as though the earth beneath her feet were a pond, and her jutsu a stone tossed from a height. Wave after wave of tremors pulsed from her hand, and the floor turned from solid footing to a seething, treacherous hazard. She was safe, at the epicenter of her own jutsu, and Jiraiya was too far away and too coordinated for worry. Dirge, however, was neither of those things. The net of hair had already strained his balance to its limit, and the sudden uncertainty of his footing proved too much. With a modulated snarl, he fell to his knees and stuck out his arms for balance. It was exactly the reaction she had been waiting for. With precision that would have shamed many surgeons, she severed his arm just above the precious transponder. He growled, more from anger than pain, she thought, but Jiraiya's hair held him in place. She scooped up the bracer, arm still inside, and leaped clear before the limb could reattach itself. The hand twitched and grasped wildly, but without a body for support, it couldn't generate any sort of leverage. She grit her teeth and grabbed hold of the mass of wriggling pink and red tendrils. It was one of the more disgusting things she'd ever felt, and that was saying something considering her career as a Jedi, but she pushed the slimy feeling aside and tore the hand from the gauntlet and bracer. "I've got it." "Good." Jiraiya withdrew his hair with a smirk. "Now I can really cut loose." He held one hand above his head, and blue energy swirled above his open palm. Luminara had seen both him and Naruto form Raisnons countless times before, but never one like this. The glowing blue orb, normally the size of a muja fruit, rapidly grew to the size of a bantha. Its hum settled in her bones and rattled her teeth. She could barely look at it for how brightly it glowed. He might as well have been holding a collapsed star over his head. Without the razor-sharp strands of hair binding him or the ground undulating beneath him, Dirge recovered his feet in a second. The vicious bindings had taken their toll upon his exposed flesh, but he gave no heed to the countless cuts and punctures that dotted his form. Even as he stood, they sealed themselves, leaving only rivulets' pale blood as evidence they were ever there at all. He looked completely unintimidated by the enormous Raisnon humming above him. Jiraiya moved so fast, Luminara didn't know if Dirge couldn't dodge the attack, or simply chose not to. She suspected the latter, though. Either way, her partner crossed the distance so quickly it looked as if he teleported, and slammed the glowing sphere into Dirge's chest. "Senpo, Cho Odama Raisnon." The swirling mass of chakra proved even deadlier than its size suggested. Dirge didn't even have time to scream before the grinding force of the Raisnon shredded his body into meat. Luminara winced at the brutality of it. Bits of whatever his species was made of flew everywhere. His pale blood sprayed like a geyser in all directions, adding yet another disgusting layer to the accumulated filth of the area. At least his death was swift, she thought. It's a shame it came to this, but he never gave us any other option. The massive Raisnon carried on through to the ground, where it carved through rusted metal and duracrete like so much smoke. When the dust cleared, Jiraiya was standing in the center of a deep crater. He dispelled the huge Raisnon and jumped out of the hole. Luminara could do nothing but stare in amazement at the destructive power. The female toad patted him on the head like an indulgent grandmother. He smiled sheepishly, in total contrast to the strength he'd displayed. "A little. All the Jedi training helped. Have I really gotten that much better? I guess I'm even more awesome than I used to be." The old male toad pulled a cane from beneath his robe and smacked him across the back of the head. "Jiraiya, honored toads, while I'm sure this is important, we must hurry," Luminara said, careful to keep her tone respectful. The artificial buzz of the soldier pill grated on her patience, but Jiraiya had made it very clear that disrespecting the toads was a bad idea, especially for a non-summoner. "Oh, you must be the woman Jiraiya-chan's been mooning over for the past few years," the female toad said. "I'm Shima and this grumpy old wart is Fukazaku. It's good to meet you, dear. We'll have to talk more later." With a faint pop and a burst of smoke, the two toads dismissed themselves back to their home dimension. When the smoke cleared, Jiraiya was back to his former appearance. Luminara triggered the transponder she'd liberated from Dirge and set the ship to home in on their location, and settled in for a wait. Normally, that wouldn't have been a problem, but the soldier pill had her system abuzz with excess energy. Everything felt that little bit too bright and sharp, every thought jittery and urgent. It was as though she'd stayed up for a week straight and then mainlined 10 liters of CAF. To pass the time, she struck up a conversation, and there was one burning question on her mind. "What was that back there? Your whole force signature changed. I've never felt anything like it before." "That was Sage Mode. It's my most powerful technique." Jiraiya frowned and scratched his now beardless chin. "It's hard to explain in Jedi terms, but Master Yoda has a theory. Basically, I take in the living force around me and absorb it into my body, beyond the normal amount I take in when I form chakra. It gives me a lot of power, especially physically, but it's also dangerous." She gave him a pointed stare. "How dangerous?" "If I do it wrong, I'll turn into a stone statue of a toad, he said. Her eyes widened, and he spoke quickly before she could berate him for taking such a risk. That's what Ma and Pa were there for. I'm not a master of sage energy yet, so they help regulate the flow while I fight. She looked at him long and hard, until he started to squirm, before she let a smile cut through her false anger. Well, she said as she walked up to him, I'm very glad you remain unpetrified. It gives me the chance to do this. Before he could say anything else, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss to his lips. He hummed contentedly and kissed her back with gusto, deepening it from borderline chaste into firmly romantic territory. She closed her eyes and reveled in the feeling as his hands crept around the back of her head and around her waist. In some part of her mind, she knew she wasn't entirely herself. The soldier pill was making her more impulsive than normal, and the residual adrenaline from the battle wasn't helping. However, she couldn't bring herself to care. His lips felt too good against hers, and she trusted him not to take things too far. Not that it was much of a concern, given their location. Gore-soaked industrial ruins did not an attractive romantic venue make. He must have had the same thought, because a moment later, he pulled away. Not that I'll ever object to kissing you, but we're both filthy, he said, and it was true. They were scarcely any cleaner than their surroundings. Besides, you're wired on stimulants and sleep deprivation. Let's put this on hold until we've both had showers in a solid 8 hours. Beneath the fog of chemical-induced hyperactivity, Luminara knew he was right, and she felt a swell of affection that he refused to take advantage of her, even in such a minor way. Ironically, that made her want to kiss him again, but she quelled the impulse. He was right. They would have plenty of time to explore their new relationship when they weren't surrounded by filth and ruin. Reluctantly, she nodded and stepped back. The charged atmosphere suddenly turned awkward as she tried to think of something to say. She'd never been in this situation, or any situation, with someone she was romantically interested in before. Just like with Barris in the hospital, she floundered for words. No wonder the council restricts soldier pills so heavily. Just one and I scarcely have the bearing of a Padawan. She was spared any further awkwardness when the sound of an engine hummed through the air. Seconds later, a ship swooped into view out of the smog. It was a Lancer-class pursuit ship, with its iconic flattened disc-shaped hull bracketed by twin engine pods painted a dull gray. While they normally came unarmed, this one bristled with all manner of aftermarket, and likely illegal weaponry. She spotted 4 forward heavy laser cannons, at least 2 missile launchers, and twin dorsal and ventral mounted ion cannons. I trust you can pilot? She asked. It was only partially a joke. Jiraiya hadn't taken to modern technology quite as enthusiastically as Naruto had. He was by no means as technically inept as, say, Yoda, but his piloting skills were merely adequate rather than prodigious. Well, it's not like I have much of a choice, is it? He smiled at her to let her know he was only responding in kind. You'll be comatose in a couple of hours. Besides, how hard could it be? Luminara didn't even deign to respond to that. She lowered the boarding ramp with the controller and jumped aboard. Jiraiya followed on her heels, and they took a quick look around their newly acquired transportation. Well, this is grim, Jiraiya said, and she couldn't help but agree. Grim summed up the interior of Dirge's ship perfectly. There wasn't a single spot of color to break up the monotony of bare, gray metal. The walls were hung, not with old trophies or posters, but with row upon row of weapons and equipment. The entire ship and everything in it was solely devoted to its old owner's profession. The harsh feel even extended into the Force. Most ships Luminara had been on before had hummed with faint echoes of all that had gone on in them in the past. Even the most mundane cargo hauler typically played host to a number of sentient lives, and all the attendant drama and joy and sorrow, all the life that was lived within. This ship had none of that. No one had ever loved it, nor lived a life in it. She would bet Dirge hadn't even given it a name. To her senses, it felt as cold and empty and quiet as a forgotten tomb. Nevertheless, it could fly, and that was all that they needed it to do. Jiraiya took the pilot's seat and looked over the controls. After a tense few moments, he looked up and winked. You know, I can feel your tension from here. Don't worry, I can fly this thing no problem. You just worry about making sure the Hutts don't realize we're not Dirge. I don't know if they'll try to verify anything before we leave. As it turned out, he needn't have worried. Whether the traffic controllers knew better than to challenge Dirge's ship or simply weren't paying attention, Luminara didn't know, but they passed through the secured space around Nar Shada without even a peep in their comms. The moment they were clear of the gravity well, Jiraiya punched in a hyperspace route and they left the awful planet behind them. Jiraiya refused to risk using the hypercom until they were clear of Hutt space, which left them with several hours until they could talk to the Council. A few hours before they moved into safer territory, Luminara felt the soldier pill wear off. It was a good thing she was already sitting down, because the sudden wave of exhaustion would have bowled her over, otherwise. As it was, she barely had time to mumble a quick warning to Jiraiya before her brain plunged into warm darkness. The last thing she was aware of was his hand resting comfortingly on her shoulder as she drifted off, and his voice softly wishing her pleasant dreams. Jiraiya glanced fondly at Luminara's slumbering form as she let out a soft snore. For all that she berated him for taking stupid risks, she wasn't that much better. Her body had been at its very limit, even with both the force and the soldier pill to keep her going. He'd rarely seen anyone pass out so quickly after they came down from the energy high. It had almost been comical seeing her go from upright and alert to slumped and mumbling in less than half a minute. Dirge hadn't bothered to include sleeping accommodations in his ship, so he'd arranged her as comfortably as he could on the floor. At least the deceased bounty hunter had kept the place clean. After Nar Shada, brief though their stay had been, the simple lack of general filth felt like a luxury. It took most of 2 hours after Luminara had fallen asleep for them to reach Republic space. The moment they did, he grit his teeth and called Master Yoda. He wasn't looking forward to the grilling coming his way, not after everything that had gone wrong on their mission. For a long minute, he hoped that Yoda wouldn't answer. Alas, he wasn't so lucky. The comm connected, and a small hologram of his master flickered into life in front of him. The old troll didn't look happy, though his ears lifted when he saw Jiraiya. Padawan, good it is to see you alive. Where is Master Undulai? She's resting right now, Master. Jiraiya gestured to where his partner lay sleeping, though Yoda couldn't see her. She had to take a soldier pill. I'm sure you've heard, but our mission became complicated. Yoda's ears twitched back and forth. Complicated, yes. Complicated many things, your actions have. Furious, the Hutts are. The separatist movement, already speaking of Republic overreach it is. Demanding answers, the Senate is. An explanation have you? The ancient Jedi's tone was level, but Jiraiya knew his master well enough to see the exasperation beneath his serenity. Yoda could tolerate all manner of insanity and complications, a necessary trait in anyone who would lead the Jedi Order, but he expected good reasons any time things went truly sideways. Illegally breaching Hutt space and winding up in a full-scale battle definitely qualified as sideways. Yes, Master, but I'm afraid I can't give it now. I don't trust the hypercom. Yoda frowned, and he rushed to elaborate as best he could. Do you remember what you told me when you explained why you allowed Naruto and I into the Order? Remember I do. Relevant, this has become. Jiraiya pursed his lips grimly and fingered the curved lightsaber hilt sitting under his robes. Yes, Master. I promise I'll tell you everything when I reach Coruscant. Can you hold off the Senate until then? Yoda closed his eyes for a few seconds before he nodded. Do this I can. Until then, anything you can tell, is there? He nodded slowly. We had Singh, but lost her to outside interference. However, there is some good news. Yoda's ears flicked upwards, and he gestured for him to continue. That last breakthrough we've been working on. I managed it. That garnered a reaction. Yoda's eyes widened for a brief second, and a pleased smile tugged at his mouth. This is good news. Teach others, can you? I believe so, Master. He paused for a second before carrying on. Also, we may have stolen a bounty hunter's ship to escape, and it may or may not be loaded with illegal weapons and such. Could you make sure we're not arrested when we arrive? Yoda stared at him flatly for a few seconds. Do this I may. Or I may not. When Jiraiya boggled at him, he cackled. If deal and surprises you do, my Padawan, then expect to be dealt with the same you should, HRRRM. The diminutive troll chuckled at his own jab before he carried on. No you should, that Naruto is returning as well. Past his ordeal he has. Arrive a day before you, he will. See you then, I will. The calm shut down even as a grin spread across Jiraiya's face. He'd refused to let himself worry about his godson during the mission, but it was still good to hear that he'd done whatever it was he'd set out to do and was returning safely. With yet another reason to rush back to the temple, he set about coaxing a little more speed out of the ship's engines. Back on Nar Shada, in the crater Jiraiya had made with his raised non, scraps of pink and violet flesh were all that remained of the fearsome bounty hunter Dirge. Hours passed, and the sun set on the grisly scene, leaving only the baleful glow of the megacity to illuminate the gore. Then, unseen by anyone, one of the larger pieces of flesh twitched. Then another. Then another. Soon, a veritable sea of red and purple wriggled about the crater, like an army of macabre worms. Slowly, so very slowly, they drifted together and formed a growing whole. It was formless at first, a mere lump of oozing meat, but over the course of the next hours and days, a shape emerged. No one was there to see it, but if they had been, and if they were so foolish as to not run in terror, they would have seen a rough face emerge from the lumpen mass. There was a mouth, what might have been a nose, and, last of all to form, 2 eyes. As the sun set on the 3rd day since Jiraiya and Luminara had left, those eyes snapped open and burned with rage. Thanks for watching.